So if we could quiet down a little bit, that'll work. We'll call the meeting to order. Start with roll call.
David Ferguson,
Here.
Larry Wynn,
Here.
Fred Stillwell,
Here.
Helen Cronin,
Here.
Matt Todd.
Here. Well, we've got a little bit of a situation here. We've reached capacity according to the fire marshal. So, we're still gonna have the meeting. It is being live streamed for the people that are outside. If you're inside and you wanna leave and watch it on the live stream, you can do that. But we're gonna close the doors and just for the fire marshal's regulations. And then we're gonna start the meeting. And then we're gonna go through the meeting. If you do your public speaking and you wanna leave after that to make room for others, then that would be great. But if not, it's live stream and they can watch it from their phones. For those who do not know how to live stream, what page are we at on that?
You'll go to YouTube and it'll be the Jefferson County, Indiana Government Meetings channel. It'll be under the live tab. It's not a recorded video. It will be under the live tab.
Repeat that.
Jefferson County, Indiana Government Meetings on YouTube.
So we're gonna ask Pat McGraw, our attorney, to explain why we're here today and go over some of the rules.
All right, good evening, everybody. We are here tonight on an appeal of a permitted use determination, which is a classification of an unlisted land use as sufficiently similar to a listed use. On February 25th, 2026, the zoning administrator determined that under the Jefferson County Unified Development Ordinance, Chapter 2, Section A4, that the use of certain land on the Jefferson County Proving Ground as a data center was sufficiently similar to a listed permitted use in the I-2 Heavy Industrial District. On March 27, 2026, the appeal was initiated by the filing of an application for appeal with the Board of Zoning Appeals. The application contained a procedural error which was corrected by an amendment on April 24th, 2026. Taken together, the appeal seeks the reversal of the zoning administrator's determination that under the Jefferson County ordinance, the use of the land as a data center was sufficiently similar to permitted uses in the I-2 Heavy Industrial District. The proponent of the appeal is Deborah Jones, and she is represented by Maureen White. The opponent of the appeal is JPG Redevelopment LLC, and it is represented by Andy Metzel. The property affected is identified as multiple acres in the Jefferson County Proving Ground under parcel numbers 3903, 3200, 001.001-010, and 3903, 3200-001.002-010. This appeal is taken pursuant to Indiana Code 3674, 918.1 and 919, and the Unified Development Ordinance, Chapter 7, Section B6, which provide that an appeal for the Board of Zoning Appeals may be had for any decision or determination by an administrative official under the UDO, which does not include appeals of the development plan, which are reviewed by the Planning Commission. The relevant issues for the board determination under the Unified Development Ordinance for tonight is whether or not the zoning administrator examines the following criteria when determining the unlisted use was sufficiently similar to listed permitted uses. Those criteria are intensity. Is the unlisted use similar in the amount of activity and type of activity to the listed use? Character. Does the unlisted use have similar physical characteristics, structures, scale, operational hours, or other features as similar to a listed use? Accessory uses and structures. Does the listed use have similar potential for accessory uses and or structures to a listed accessory use? And intent. Is the unlisted use compatible with the purpose of the subject zoning district and consistent with the comprehensive plan? Tonight, the Jefferson County Board of Zoning Appeals rules, specifically Rule 3, govern the procedure for all public hearings before the Board of Zoning Appeals. Specifically, Rule 3.8 provides the procedural steps for the hearing which will be followed tonight. These procedures have been sent to the parties, and the county has posted a summary of these procedures on social media in advance of tonight's hearing. First, the zoning administrator will present the staff reports. He will not be reading the entire staff report. He will be presenting a summary of it. That will not be subject to questions at this time. Presentation by the parties will follow that, and the proponent of the appeal, Ms. Jones, will be given an opportunity to present, followed by the opponent of the appeal, JPG Redevelopment, which will be given the opportunity to respond, and then each side will be given an opportunity for rebuttal. Total presentation time for each side will be limited to 20 minutes. Following the parties' presentations, there will be public comment. The board will hear public comment, and pursuant to Board of Zoning Appeals Rule 3.5, the chairman is allowed to impose reasonable limits on time for consideration of any item on the agenda. As a result, each speaker will be given 3 minutes and will have 1 opportunity to speak. Speakers may yield their time to another speaker. However, they must be present when the designated speaker speaks, and no designated speaker will receive more than 9 minutes, regardless of how many people designate that person to speak. Please be sure to state your name and full address at the beginning of your comments, or you may be interrupted to provide that information. Please stop and make room for the next speaker when you are notified that your time has been used. Board of Zoning Appeals Rule 3.7 provides that the chairman will determine the admissibility of any evidence. The chairman may stop and excuse any speaker if the chairman determines that the speaker's comments are either not relevant to the issue being presented or are cumulative, meaning repetitive, of comments that or evidence that has already been presented. Everyone who plans to speak is encouraged to listen to the comments of prior speakers and refrain from repeating concerns and comments raised by prior speakers in the interest of allowing others to present unheard concerns or comments. Public comment is not an opportunity for question and answer. While members of the public are free to present their comments in the form of questions, the board will not be answering questions raised by the public comment, and the board will not permit the parties to answer questions raised by public comment in the interest of maintaining order and due process. Board of Zoning Appeals Rule 3.6 provides the chairman may preserve order and enforce courtesy by first giving a warning to any party or person who is in breach of the rules of courtesy, and then removing any person who persists in disruptive or uncourteous conduct. It is important that the board hear from all presentations and all speakers, so please refrain from making any comments during the presentation by the parties, from making any comments during the statements by the speakers or during public comment, from making any comments during the questioning by the board or board discussion. Please refrain from applauding, cheering, booing, or jeering at any time. The board wants to hear from everyone who wants to speak, but they can be forced to remove individuals who disrupt the proceedings. Response to public comment. After the public comment, the proponent will be given 10 minutes to respond to any issues raised during public comment, and the opponent shall be given 10 minutes to respond to any issues raised during public comment. There will be no rebuttal. After both parties have presented, there's been public comment and an opportunity to respond to public comment. The board will then have opportunity to ask any questions. Any member of the board may ask any questions of either of the parties, or may ask any questions of the zoning administrator at that time, or any witness that the board chooses to question. The board members are permitted to also discuss amongst themselves during their period of questioning. Once that is concluded, the public hearing will conclude, and the board will hold a vote to close the public hearing. Immediately following the public hearing, the board will meet in a public meeting here in the same location, and at that time, the board will proceed to engage in further discussion amongst its members, may seek the advice of counsel, and following the discussion to hold a vote to either affirm or reverse the decision of the zoning enforcement officer, zoning administrator, with regard to use determination. Following that vote, it is anticipated that the meeting would adjourn. And with that, I believe the next order of business would be to call the zoning administrator.
Josh, would you like to do your presentation?
Sure.
Good evening, Board. I'm Josh Clyde. I'm building inspector.
Yeah, you could. Here, just switch me mine.
Is that better?
Seems to be.
My name is Josh Clyde. I'm the building inspector and the administrator for the county. Just to introduce myself, I was born here in 1976. I won't give you my age, but you can do math, you'll figure out I've been here for quite some time. I was born in rural Route 5. I was born on a farm. Family still farms there. My father is a lifelong farmer and I'm proud of the land. Got married here in 1993. And I have 3 children. My wife and I have raised here. We all live in this community. We love this county, and we've got 8 grandchildren now. I hope that they can all stay here in this community as they grow older. And I've attended church here. I was in business for several years, building houses and barns and doing repairs to people's buildings around here. I've worked and worshiped and met many people in the last 5 years that I've been building inspector. So Taylor she's come on board here at the county a year and a half ago, and she says there's nobody I don't know. We go outside. So anyway. With all that being said, I just wanted people to know that I have deep roots here and that I care about this community. And that I have concerns too about the things that happen here. So what I'm up here for? Back in December, possibly early January, not exactly sure the original date, but Daniel Ford had reached out to me about asking about the properties out in JPG, what they were zoned, and if a data center would be accepted use in an I2. And for those of you who don't know what an I2 is, that is a heavy industrial zone in our county. And in this heavy industrial zone, there's many things that are allowed uses there. I searched through those and looked at them. There's chemical processing, there's junkyard and salvage, landfill, light and heavy manufacturing. Recycling, research and development, storage, hazardous storage and non-hazardous storage, trucking terminal, vehicle impound lot, warehousing and distribution, and a waste and transfer facility, which includes garbage, sewage, and many other things there. And after looking through that list and discussing this with many of the other officials and administration, I come to the conclusion that it is very similar to several of the things in here, mainly warehousing. And with that determination, I had signed a use determination stating that it was an acceptable use. And then the Fords had come back and applied for a development plan application, which follows our Unified Development Ordinance standards. So once they had done that, I sent out I sent out all of the application through all of our checkpoint agencies and gathered questions and concerns from them about if a data center would come to JPG, if that would be, what kind of issues they would have there. So we spent a couple of weeks going through that and getting questions, concerns, and then I give the applicant opportunity to answer those questions for another couple of weeks. So once that was done, on February 25th, I accepted the developmental plan and sent out an approval letter. And I did all this following the Unified Development Ordinance procedures. I think that's all I have on that. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Josh. We're ready for, ready for Deborah Jones and her attorney, Mrs. White. They can give it back.
Yeah, you're good. Better?
I hope.
Okay, good.
Yes.
Good evening, everyone. I represent Deborah Jones, a resident of real property located at 4981 North Naperville Road in Madison, Indiana. The real property at issue in this appeal consists of land proposed for development of a data center campus by JPD Redevelopment LLC within the Jefferson Proving Grounds Airfield area in Madison County, Indiana, consisting of multiple parcels. So I'm moving back north. On January 9th, 2026, the preliminary determination regarding the zoning classification for 549-acre data center campus consisting of multiple buildings on a 1,880-acre site in Jefferson County, Indiana, was provided by Josh Pine, acting then as the zoning enforcement officer for the Jefferson County Planning and Zoning Office. I've given you a copy of that letter tonight. On or about February 25th, 2026, Pine, then acting as the Jefferson County Planning and Zoning Administrator, issued a decision letter determining that the unlisted project land use was similar to several L2 permitted industrial uses. Pine claimed that his determination was based on the project's intensity, character, accessory use, and structure and intent, though no explanation of this reasoning was provided and no information regarding the intensity, character, intent, or accessory use and structures of the data center was provided for review. The February 26, 2026 determination also included administrative approval of a development plan stating that the plan complies with all applicable standards and regulations. Ms. Jones is aggrieved by this determination and is entitled to appeal pursuant to the Jefferson County zoning ordinance and Indiana Code 3674 918.1. 918.1 provides that the Board of Zoning Appeals shall hear and determine appeals from and review any order, requirement, decision, or determination made by an administrative official under the zoning ordinance. That matters here because the appeal decision was exactly that, an administrative zoning classification. The staff report identifies the appeal decision as an administrative classification of an unlisted use and describes the administrative determination of the data center as similar to several I2 permitted uses based on intensity, character, accessory use, structures, and intent. The BZA should therefore treat the issue as whether the administrative classification complied with the UDO and Indiana zoning law, not merely whether the administrator can articulate a post hoc reason for the result. Chapter 2 of the Jefferson County Unified Development Ordinance provides the procedure for the zoning administrator that he must utilize, as well as the criteria to consider classifying unlisted land uses. These have been provided within the briefing that I initially provided to you with our administrative appeal. An unlisted land use should not be shoehorned into a permitted category unless it is genuinely similar under the ordinance's required criteria. The UDO's factors identified in the record are not labeled. They are meaningful comparisons of actual operational impacts. Action above on January 9th, prior to any discussion or review of the intensity, character, accessory use, and structures or full intent of use. Mr. Klein, acting as the zoning enforcement officer, issued a preliminary opinion to the developers. The administrator has confirmed that the use is unlisted, triggering the constraints of the UDO analysis, not an open-ended administrative discretion. Then on February 25th, Klein, acting as the administrator, issued a determination that the proposed use was interpreted as sufficiently similar. The administrator's determination letter claimed that this determination was based on the project's intensity, character, accessory use, structures, and intent, though no explanation for the reasoning was provided. In the April 24th, 2026 brief attached to my client's admin appeal, the petitioner provided a number of factors that she believes should have been considered by the administrator, but clearly were not. Those include noise, air pollution, public safety hazards, effects on water, potential impacts of emergency management, fire, substation development, critical infrastructure threats, nuisance, deprivation of property value, accessory use and structures such as wastewater treatment and fuel, fossil fuel power generation. Here, the administrator's own staff report proves why a special exception should be required. The report does not describe a benign warehouse-like use. It acknowledges that data centers may involve 24/7 operations, industrial cooling systems, low frequency hum and intermittent 90+ decibel noise, fuel power generations, nitrogen oxide and particulate matter, fires from batteries, equipment, fuel, coolant and wastewater requiring special handling, private utilities, power substations, water sewer facilities, broadband fiber infrastructure, security buildings, gates, parking, and equipment yards. For example, the staff report states the data center noise may include mid and high frequency noise intermittently 90+ decibels or a low frequency hum for extended periods. It also acknowledges that data centers may generate exhaust from fuel power generation, including nitrogen oxides and particulate matters. Additionally, it acknowledges public safety hazards from batteries, fuel, coolants, and wastewater. If the use presents the kind of impacts listed above, it should not be treated as a ministerial permitted use by analog. It should be subject to this discretionary review process designed to protect the public health, safety, welfare, and neighboring property values and compatibility. For example, a special exception. The UDO's intensity factor, as quoted in the appellate brief and staff report, requires the consideration of noise, noxious exhaust, public safety hazards, vehicle type, storage, and hours of operation. Once again, the administrator's own findings show that the data center scores high on these factors. A permitted by right classification is therefore inconsistent with the UDO's required intensity analysis. The point of this intensity factor is not asked whether other industrial uses can be noisy or risky. It is to determine whether the unlisted use is sufficiently similar to a listed permitted use. A use that combines 24/7 operations, power generation, battery fire risk, wastewater treatment, and hazardous regulated materials is materially different than an ordinary warehouse and requires BZA level safeguards. Additionally, the accessory use and structures factor independently supports special exception. The county's own staff report lists extensive accessory use and structures, storage facilities, water and sewer facilities, communication broadband, fiber optic infrastructure, private utilities, power substations, security building, gates, access controls, office spaces, parking lots, and equipment yards. That list is significant because there's not incidental accessories to a warehouse. These are operations central to a data center campus. The more the administrator relies on these infrastructure-heavy components to characterize a project as industrial, the more the decision supports a special exception review. A use with its own private utilities, power substations, water facilities, and equipment yards is closer to a utility or major infrastructure than a simple warehouse. Additionally, the information provided shows that this use will have additional accessory structures and characters that are more detrimental than a warehouse, and those characteristics carry with them health and safety risks that would best be reviewed under the special exception application. Tonight, Mr. Klein stated that there are a number of uses in the I2 zone. Several of the uses he listed tonight require a special exception. Indiana law recognizes that where the ordinance requires evaluation of public health, safety, welfare, property values, compatibility, and similar discretionary criteria, the BZA should have meaningful discretion to decide whether the applicant has met its burden. In Midwest Minerals v. BZA, the Indiana Court of Appeals determined a denial of special exception for gas processing use in a heavy industrial district. The court held that where special exception criteria required judgment about whether the use is injurious to public health, safety, welfare, property values, or district character, the BZA may exercise its discretion and the applicant bears the burden of proving compliance. That case is useful as a use may be industrial in a broad sense and still require special exception review because its impacts raise discretionary public welfare questions. The appellates can argue that the administrator's classification deprived the BZA of the same evaluative role recognized in Midwestern Minerals. Flat Rock Wind versus Rush County BZA is also helpful. Here, the Court of Appeals affirmed the BZA's authority to impose conditions on the special exception for a large infrastructure type use where the evidence showed potential health, safety, noise, and property value impacts. The court emphasized that the BZA may impose conditions and safeguards appropriate under the ordinance to protect health and safety. That principle fits this record as well. The proposed data center is a large infrastructure-like campus with continuous operations, private utility infrastructure, backup power batteries, cooling systems, water, wastewater issues, and potential noise and exhaust impacts. These are not merely dimensional or directional issues. They're vastly defined the discretional impacts the BZA should review through the special exception process so that it can impose conditions. Data centers may resemble warehouses in shape, heavy manufacturing in power, noise, and exhaust, utility facilities and infrastructure dependence, offices and some staffing components, and hazardous storage or industrial processing in backup systems and regulated materials. That is not a permitted use. That is a new use, requiring either express legislative classification, a use variance, or a special exception. The practical legal point is this. This permitted use classification deprives the county and the affected neighbors of the procedural mechanism designed to address proper specific risks. A special exception would allow the BZA to evaluate evidence and impose conditions related to noise limits, generation and turbine testing limits, fuel storage and spill prevention, battery and fire suppression, wastewater and chemical handling, setbacks, lighting, private well protection, traffic construction, and decommissioning. This is exactly the role that Indiana recognizes for BZAs and special exception cases. In Flat Rock, the court upheld the project-specific conditions that were needed to protect health and safety. The appellate brief makes the same point. A special exception permit would allow the county to place additional condition on the property to protect the health, safety, and general welfare of the citizens. The administrator's decision is arbitrary and capricious because it treats these risks as proof of similarity instead of proof of the need for discretion. The county appears to argue that because heavy manufacturing can involve noise, fumes, flammable materials, and health and safety, a data center with the same impacts is therefore similar. That reasoning is wrong. If the UDO limits some high impact uses as permitted and others as special exceptions, the administrator cannot automatically classify any new high impact use as permitted merely because it shares some industrial impacts. The proper question is whether the proposed use is sufficiently similar to the permitted use in the category in its total operation. As shown above, the true character, intent, intensity, and accessory use and structures lead any reasonable fact finder to the determination that this use should not only be placed in a heavy industrial zone, but should also require special exception. Find use the project's high impact features to justify permitted use status when the features are exactly why the matter belongs before BZA with a special exception. For these reasons, the BZA should reverse the administrator's February 25th, 2026 determination because it was contrary to Indiana Code 36749118.1 and the Jefferson County UDO's unlisted use framework. The administrator acknowledged that the data center is not a listed UDO use, yet classified 549 acres, 1.7 million square feet data center campus as a permitted I2 use by combining selected similarities to different categories. This is not a lawfully similar determination. It is a legislative reclassification by administrative action. The record shows that the proposed use is materially different from ordinary warehousing, offices, research facilities, or manufacturing. The county's own staff reports acknowledge continuous 24/7 use, low frequency and high frequency noise, fossil fuel exhaust, battery and fire risks, regulated materials, wastewater treatment issues, private utilities, substations, water sewer facilities, security structures, and equipment yards. These are not incidental features. They are defining operational characteristics of the proposed use. Under Indiana law, where a land use raises discretionary questions of the public health, safety, welfare, and property values and compatibility, these questions are for the BZA through a special exception process, not for a unilateral administrative approval. And Midwest Minerals confirms that the special exception criteria involving public health, safety, welfare, and property impacts requires discretionary BZA judgment. BlackRock confirms that the BZA may impose project-specific conditions and safeguards for large infrastructure type uses when necessary to protect neighboring owners and the public. The administrator's decision should therefore be reversed. At a minimum, the proposed data center campus should be treated as an unlisted, high-impact industrial infrastructure use requiring a special exception so the BZA can evaluate evidence, hear affected property owners, and impose conditions necessary to protect the health, safety, welfare, and property values and the character of the surrounding area.
We'll hear from the JPP and Mrs. Mitchell. There I go.
Can you hear me now?
There we go.
Okay, good deal. Welcome and glad to see everybody here tonight. My name is Andy Metzel. I am an attorney at the Taft Law Firm in Indianapolis, Indiana, post 204. I am accompanied here this evening, who is seated at the table, by Daniel Ford, who is representing JPG Redevelopment LLC. We also are representing the interests of the property owners, Base Acres Inc., Ford Lumber and Building Supply Inc., and Airfield Woodlands Inc. I want to start with a procedural matter that I just want to get out of the way, and as soon as I make the record, then we can talk about the more substantive issues. But the record is important for everyone in this room, as you can tell, obviously we wouldn't be here in this proceeding. At first, the UDO, the statute required that an appeal be filed by utilizing an application form within 30 days of the administrative decision. We actually believe that the application was erroneously filed. We did not believe that the attestations were accurate. We believe that when they were given an opportunity to amend the application, it was no longer timely. So we have a March and then an April application version. With all due respect to the county trying to do its best to make sure that the application was submitted, the appeal is what I'm talking about. I think that it did create procedural error. These rules by our courts are strictly enforced. So they go by the Indiana code as well as your ordinance. And so we do believe that there is error there and that we should not even be having this hearing. But with all due respect, this is for the record, and we just want to make sure that you recognize our objection. We would preserve the objection on several grounds, not be limited to procedural errors, false attestations, an absence of an aggrieved party as defined under Indiana law, and lack of jurisdiction and lack of standing. So we'll move on from those. And thank you for allowing me to make that record. What I've provided you all with tonight, you have in front of you volumes that are bound like this. They're not to be overwhelming. Most of this is information that is all within the record. It just provides me an ability to review it, to flip through it, and to identify things that I think are of most interest to you all in making your decision tonight. The second one in particular is all material that was provided as part of the development plan process, and all of that was provided to Mr. Klein about this particular data center project before he made his decision in February on the 25th. But I'm going to refer primarily to volume 1. If you could kindly look, I'm looking at the first page. It has some pictures of the property just to give you some context of the land and what we're talking about. The top picture, that particular area in green, that's the area of the project development of the data centers. If you finally turn to tab 1, you'll see there's some area perspective. I'm not sure if everyone is, I know everyone's familiar with proving ground, and everyone is familiar with the fact that private property is in ownership at the south. You can see that in tab 1 at the very south. That's the private property area we're talking about. And then an area equally within that property is where the data center is proposed. But you should know that a large portion of the proving grounds area is actually closed to the public and inaccessible, and that's not due to anything with ports or JDQ or redevelopment. That is due to the Army and the way that they are controlling that property still today. There is actually live firing that is going on in restricted areas in that area. There is still bomb and testing, but when I say bomb, it's not corrosive or offensive hazardous. It's usually concrete type bombs, and I think of it more as target practice. So those kinds of activities are still happening in that area at the proving ground. If you kindly turn to tab 2, that's going to give you a little bit more perspective with regard to the Big Oaks National Wildlife Refuge. If you look at the second picture that's at tab 2, that picture lets you know that it's over 14 miles from where this proposed site is to be located before you get to the Old Timbers Lake. So a lot of distance and a lot of interesting things happening in between where this private property use is proposed and where Old Timbers Lake is. If you kindly turn to tab 3, there's a black and white location map that gives you a lot of really good perspective about the property that we're talking about. To the east, you have 421. To the south, you have 500 north. You can see that the blacked out area there for the project location is a significant distance. I put some measurements in there just to give you context. This is not actually to the center of the data center campus. Those measurements are taken from the furthest most outside portion of the property. So just to give you an idea, where Ms. Jones resides, not owns property, but resides, she is approximately over half mile, 0.66 miles, that is to the immediate south. So there's a lot of, kindly turn to tab 4, you'll see a very shiny image there that shows you a measurement from the center of the airfield. And that airfield, by the way, is basically an Army abandoned use. It's no longer active as an airfield. That property could be much more valuable to the county, which is what is intended by this development. And we're trying in a very difficult way to make sure Mr. Ford has been boots on the ground working on this to make sure that the county benefits as much as possible from this end user. So if you look at that, you'll see some distances there. It's surprising how much territory is actually separating this particular use of the surrounding property owners, and I thought that's important for context. But I want to focus now on the fact that that property has been zoned I2 industrial since 1998. The materials that you have in your book, that is at tab 5, it's just the old 1998 documents. We didn't even stand for this back then. I have good copies. That just to let you know that has been zoned this way for heavy industrial uses since 98. If you, in tab 16, and I'm not asking you to analyze it, I'm providing it to you so you have the records. We did a chart of every single property owner surrounding the perimeter of this privately owned JPG property. If you look at that, it's about 46 different owners. Some are on more than one parcel, but 46 owned parcels. With those, only 6 of them actually are legacy properties. The rest of those properties came into ownership after this property was zoned I-2. So people bought homes across the street from a former military base with an abandoned airfield, live target range, bombing practice, and property that was zoned industrial that at any time could be used for industrial purposes without any kind of hearing like this. Only that the developers would have to seek development plan approval, like JPG has done, and only that they would have to abide by the development standards, okay? So I want to talk specifically to you with regard to that zoning. So if you kindly turn to tab 7, what you'll see there is your zoning map. That is actually right out of your comprehensive plan. A data center type use in an industrial area does not open the floodgates to data centers in this county. This county specifically has.
Hold on, we're gonna be respectful of everybody's comments. If you disagree or not, that's your opinion, and everybody's gonna have to be able to state their opinion up here. But you will get to speak when your time has come. No. They're the applicant and the person appealing. That's part of the process. But we're gonna be respectful, we're all adults here. So please, you'll have your time. Proceed.
I'd love to get my minute back.
Yeah, I stopped the time.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Because time is important, and this project is important, not only to the Stanley, but to the county. What I'm trying to show you in that map is that in your own comprehensive plan acknowledges 97.4% of this county is zoned, in your jurisdictional area is zoned agricultural. This is not an agricultural use, it is not taking farmland and making it something that farmland shouldn't be. This is an industrial I-2 heavy use. Only the I-2 areas are 1.67% of the entire land within the county. So I just wanted to make sure that everyone is aware of that. The most critical document in the packet that I've given you is at tab 7. In fact, I even marked it with the color marker so that you could look at it, the green tab there. As this proceeding, it's gonna be a long night, okay? If you have to go back to that, I wanted to make sure that you could find it, and not have to remember the number, it's the green tab. That is the section from the UDO that we are actually talking about tonight. I know that I've seen a lot of different reports, media, all kinds of things out there, in social media, particularly not all nice. That is talking about what the purpose of this hearing is, to talk about whether data centers are good or they're bad. That is not what this is about, although people are surely able to share their opinions. This is an administrative appeal and an administrator's decision. When Jefferson County wrote its ordinance, you had a brand new ordinance, it's only a couple years old. When that ordinance was put in place, it's a great ordinance, actually, by all accounts. I work all over the state of Indiana. It is impossible to state and identify every single possible use that you could think of, because the next year there's always gonna be another one. So you would have an ordinance that's thousands of pages long, and so by intent, by design, this section that is included at tab 7 was created so that if there is an unlisted use, there is a very specific process that has to be followed in order for your administrator to make a decision, and that's what Mr. Klein did. So basically what you're being asked here tonight, your job is very unique. I know that all of you are very experienced and skilled at dealing with the typical types of requests that come before the BZA. Variances of use, variances of development standards, special exceptions. This is not that. The standards are not the same. No matter how much people want you to graft those standards into this process, this is simply a review of Mr. Klein's decision-making authority. In a very crass way of saying it, you're asking yourself, did he do his job? And the criteria for him to do his job is set out at 7. And those are whether he followed those 4 criteria. Did he examine the intensity? Did he examine the character? Did he examine accessory uses? And did he examine intent? He made some, an overview of his staff report, which is much, much more detailed, right? And I'm hoping you all had a chance to read his staff report. But he did actually apply all of those criteria to a general use data center. He didn't apply it to this specific project, but he did actually have that information to give him more context about things like water use and closed loop cooling, and the fact that they're not going to have cooling towers at this property. The fact that these buildings are not high, the fact that the lighting is all illuminating down and that the property is at its closest a half mile from any residence in the area. He could have those things to benefit from, but his analysis was generally, does a data center fit in I2 zoning? And the answer was yes. Now, what you've heard from Ms. White is that she wants you to rewrite the ordinance. She wants you to say, classify it as a special exception use. That process, with all due respect, is not something that the BZA does. You would have to rewrite your ordinance, the planning commission would make a recommendation, and that would have to be voted on as a legislative practice to include it as a special exception use. It's not the way your ordinance is written right now. And if what we learned from this process is the will of the people wants a revision to your ordinance after the fact, then perhaps that happens. But what we're talking about is the ordinance as it's drafted today, as it applies to this particular user and the request that was in front of the administrator at that time. And he made the right decision. And we're asking that you uphold this decision. I want to be very clear, because obviously emotions are high, that your vote tonight is absolutely zero indication whether you are pro data center or anti data center. Your decision tonight is solely for the purpose of applying this section of your ordinance. And your hands are really tied as a matter of law. Because you have to apply the ordinance that is written that gives you the pathway for review of this process. And anyone who would come up to you afterwards and say that you were either pro or against a data center, whether it's me or the media or even on social media or otherwise, clearly doesn't understand the way that this ordinance is drafted and works, and isn't understanding the burden that you have tonight to make a decision. And I don't envy you. I understand that passions are high about these types of uses. But the criteria that was applied was not solely limited to warehouses. It was light industrial, heavy industrial, the multitude of uses that Mr. Klein read off this presentation, those are not special exception. Those are clearly identified at tab 9 in the heavy industrial district as permitted industrial uses right now, no special exception required. Those terms are defined and what types of things are allowed, whether it's smelting, whether it's metals processing, whether it's hazardous chemical storage. Those things are allowed right now in the I2 district without special exception. It's contained in the staff report. It includes definitions of heavy industrial, and those are incredibly instructive to you. They were to him in making this decision. I want to point out, just as I'm trying to manage my time here, so I'm going to save 5 minutes for rebuttal. I respectfully request that you uphold the decision of the administrator. We believe that it was the right one, given the state of your ordinance as it's written today. I understand if folks want it to be something different, but you are not supposed to graft onto the ordinance or write into the ordinance what you think may be right. So we appreciate your time. We're here to answer lots of questions if you have them later. We know that this is going to be a long evening, and we're happy to be a part of this process. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we go into public comment. Oh, she has her 5 minutes.
You know how much time I
We have
have?
5 minutes.
Okay,
Want to use it?
sure. Okay, hey guys, back again. Council for JPG spent a long time providing information regarding the current zoning of the area. However, that's not what this appeal is about. This appeal does not dispute that a data center belongs in an industrial zone. Instead, it challenges Mr. Klein's determination that no special exception is required. There is no evidence that Mr. Klein utilized the criteria set out in the UDO to make this determination. There is no information that shows how he made that determination or what he used to make that determination until his staff report tonight.
I think, can you hear me? Okay. So, I think you've heard this term special exception multiple times. This is an invitation to you to make a appealable error that would warrant judicial review. Your ordinance does not provide for a de facto precision to rewrite the data center into the language of the ordinance and include it as a special exception use. It can be done if your ordinance is revised. That's not what's pending before you tonight. It is mystifying to me that Ms. White claims that Josh did not do his job because she didn't find enough information in his original decision-making letter. There is not one item in the Indiana code or in the ordinance that requires his letter to include findings of fact. In fact, that's where the staff report specifically defines the exercises that he went through, the way that he analyzed all spectrums of the ordinance, not just warehouse. Don't be tempted to believe that it wasn't just warehouse. He does say primarily some warehouse. He also analyzed the light industrial, the heavy industrial, manufacturing, all those things are in context. And he compared them because a data center is not one for one. It's not like anything else. It has some characteristics of warehousing and then it's indoors. It doesn't have.
Please.
It does not have characteristics of something like a metal smelting plant. You're not going to see plumes of hazardous smoke or materials coming from the site. You're not going to see massive amounts of dust. There is some noise generated from the site. One of the reasons this property is absolutely perfect for this use is that it is surrounded by natural perimeter vegetation that's existing, and you don't have properties that are immediately butting right up against it. But Josh Coyne was not necessarily evaluating this particular use. What he was evaluating was data center in general. And that was what his job was. And you should hold him to those, accountable to those standards that are set forth specifically in the ordinance. You should not be tempted to redraft your ordinance. That would not be permitted. That is not even in the purview of the BZA. That is a plan commission decision. And so I respectfully request that I understand that the motions are high about this issue. I have to abide by the ordinance that's in effect today. I hope you also follow that ordinance. I think Mr. Klein did an admirable job in doing his review. This project isn't constructed yet. There's a variety of permitting and processes that goes on as this project grows. So nobody's done here. You have development standards written into your ordinance for a reason. Those are the parameters that any development has to abide by, including a data center or any other developer for that matter. So we respectfully request that you maintain the standards that are in your ordinance, that you follow them, that you uphold Mr. Klein's decision, and we'll be back to talking about it. Thank you.
We're gonna move on to public comment. So what we're gonna do is kind of set this up like a baseball game. We're gonna have someone speaking. We're gonna announce the person on deck. So we're gonna have two people come up. When we make the announcement of the name that's coming on deck, the next person will go up to speak, and then you'll be ready to try to move along and get as many people to speak as we can. So we'll start, Taylor will announce those names. And then we'll move forward. One, like Pat said at the beginning, you can say whatever you want. You're more than welcome, but repeated information isn't gonna help. So we'll try to bring new information to the board that for us to consider. So Taylor, we announce the first names.
The first speaker on the list is Greg Sanders, and then next up after him will be Kristen and Ambridge.
Good evening, Greg Sanders, 43 Southwest Main Street, Hanover. I did provide you with 3 handouts before the meeting. One was a flow chart, one is several photographs of different uses that with similarities to data centers for you to review. The purpose of the meeting tonight is to simply determine the administrative classification of an unlisted land use. Was the UDO properly interpreted? Did the administrator, Josh Klein, do his job? Yes, he did follow the process and he reached the right conclusion. The appeal before you has no legal basis. It is simply opposition to economic development and based on emotion and opinion. I2 or heavy industrial zoning is a very broad designation, but the functions of a data center are very minimal as it relates to what other industry could be built on this land. Chemical processing plants, landfills, all type of manufacturing, and hazardous storage are all acceptable uses on I2 land, and just a few examples of the dangerous uses that could be built here. A data center is not detrimental to our community as those other uses. When you review the 4 criteria for classifying unlisted land uses, a data center falls within the scope of the UDO. Number 1, intensity. Noise pollution is a concern. With the remote location of this project and buffered with trees, there should be no more noise pollution than the average farm with a grain bin and a dryer. They operate from 80 to. Would you please be quiet, give everybody an opportunity to speak?
Hold on, Greg, no, hey, no, we're not gonna do this. You don't address them. You guys, please be respectful. This is your last warning. There is no sense in it. Everybody's gonna have opinions and we're all gonna get them out. That's the only way this works. The only way.
Grain bins with dryers operate from 82 to 105 decibels. In the United States, 87% of data centers are in urban areas. We are fortunate to have an area like JPG. Number 2, character. There are 9 large warehouses, no smokestacks, no hazardous chemical tanks, and it cannot be seen by anyone unless on site. Number 3, accessory uses and structures. There will be on-site generators to help lessen the power load during peak usage. And number 4, intent. The Jefferson County Comprehensive Plan is looking for technology-based development. This is exactly what a data center is. Here are some of the daily uses that data centers do in our lives. Programmable home thermostats, Ring doorbell cams, medical glucose monitors, Apple AirTags, processing 5G phone service, and my favorite, the new digital price tags on the shelves at Walmart. Indiana closed military bases, and they are being utilized for many economic designations. Of the 6 retired military bases in the state, 5 have been developed locally or by the state. JPG is the only facility in Indiana that has had no economic designation until yesterday with the county council passing the ERA. A project of this scale is in jeopardy of being taken away and put under state control. That happened in Clark County with River Ridge. The state declared it an enterprise zone as well as a foreign trade zone. They are taking in excess of 80% of the revenue, and the county received less than 20%. We cannot afford to let this happen in Jefferson County. My ask is that this board tonight is that you uphold Administrator Klein's decision, deny this baseless appeal, and keep the zoning authority and tax revenue in Jefferson County where it belongs, where it can be of most good, and for all who live here.
Next speaker, Kristen Ambrit, and then after her, Dean Ford.
I'm Kristen Hardreck. I live at 3373 West Federal Drive. And my friend Lily just gave you a nice map showing 21 of my family members and where they live around this project area. I've lived in Prune Grove for 5 years, and now I currently live right outside the fence. As you can see by the map, pretty much everybody I know lives right around this data center. If the data center did even a few of the things that have been blamed upon them, there's no way I would support this project with my family getting so close. Technology has changed, efficiencies are improved, alleviating the need for extreme water use. Government is making them pay for their electric and upgrades. There's hundreds of articles trying to link health issues to data centers, but no actual peer-reviewed studies have been published in any reputable medical journals. And yes, I had this verified by not one, but to information specialists with master's degrees from the #1 library program in the US at the University of Illinois in Champaign-Urbana. Let's see, those are all the primary concerns that I've been hearing. It's not the county's job to do environmental studies, and JPT has been studied more than any other site in the county repeatedly by tons of different groups. Also, just like all the other industrial facilities, this one will be subject to IDEM, DNR, DOW, EPA, and many more. We let them oversee all the other facilities in our county and the state, so this one would be really different. Moving on, just as a side note, it is important to acknowledge that the appeal application was incorrect. Deborah Jones and Mark Jones fraudulently signed as representatives of the JPT Redevelopment LLC, which invalidates the appeal. However, the BZA chose to give her another chance to correct it. Instead of correcting it, she tried to slip 3 new things in 3 weeks after the deadline, again, invalidating the appeal. BZA gave her another chance, chose to ignore the errors in the application, revert to using the original appeal application. The original application was modified to take out the name of Mark Jones, leaving only Deborah Jones on the application, which would have been fine, except she signed as property owner of 4981 North Bakerville Road, which is false. She did not own it. This appeal should have never been accepted, would be easily overturned in a court of law. So I ask you to deny this appeal. It was done procedurally incorrectly.
That's 3. That's your time.
Thank you very much.
Dean Ford will now be speaking, and after him, Brenda Bitts.
This is my first time speaking anyway. My name is Jim Ford, I'm a farmer in DuPont, Indiana.
The mic closer to your mouth, please.
My name is Dean Ford, I'm a farmer from DuPont, Indiana. Live at 9434 John Deere Road. Been a Jefferson County resident all my life. My families have been here since 1810. We've all been farmers for the most part. I do believe that the administrator has done a great job. And I think we need to support him in all the work that he's trying to do. We purchased.
hear you, Dean.
I'm doing the best I can. We purchased 3,650 acres of the Army base in 1995. That's 31 years ago. The land was sold for industrial development. The Army is assisted early on with the zoning, the water, the sewer, the roads, and the bridges. But for 3 decades, our family has endured the high cost of property taxes and the maintenance on the infrastructure, buildings, roads, sewer, and water. The company we are dealing with, will rebuild the roads, rebuild the sewer, rebuild the water, rebuild all electric inside of JPG continuity. That's where the buildings and all the buildings are. The company intends to build 7.1 million square feet of buildings, which will double or triple the current county tax base. Assessments along with creating 300 to 450 jobs. The 7.1 million square feet of buildings is actually 162.5 acres of buildings. That's more than all the industrial buildings on the hilltop. They will be located 1 to 5 miles from most houses. Our first preference is to give the county the tax base. Our second preference is to get the city through annexation coordinate with the state, in which all the tax incentives would go to the city, not the county. Which would be possibly $60 to $80 million a year, which would be about $2 billion for 30 years.
Our third option is to go to the state of Indiana, which will keep 86% of the revenue. Fourth option is to deal with the Board of Indiana, which also wants to buy an additional 1,000 acres for industrial development. Besides the 1,900 acres. This is a county deal, not a city deal. It is not up to outside people or Madison people, residents to decide that this deal will allow 2 to 3 times extra tax assessments that should result in a 50% tax increase on all.
That's your 30 minutes.
Oh,
Yeah, your 3 minutes. Thank you.
I'm good, I've been.
All right, appreciate it.
Next speaker is Brenda Vince, and then after her will be Kirsten Ford.
Good evening, my name is Brenda Vince, I live in 2970 North, 533 West in Jefferson County. I'm a lifelong resident of Jefferson County. I have concern with lack of transparency without knowing the design choices. How can we, the public, speak to anything regarding this project? And were you given, Mr. Klein, given a design plan prior to making a decision? So you knew what all was involved. If not, then that is incomplete. Once the center is a mid-sized data center of 20 to 50 megawatts uses enough electricity to power 25,000 to 50,000 households or 75,000 to 150,000 people. Jefferson County's population is approximately 34,000. The proposed JPG data center is much larger than that. Where is the electricity going to come from? And do you realize that once it's in place, that it can be determined in the domain to hook to the grid, and they can come in and take any of their guys' property in the line where they want to put a transmission line. The JPP is an economic development area. If other uses are to be allowed, where's the protection for other developers who wish to come in this area? No one is going to want to be in an ERA area where there's no rules and regulations regarding water, electricity, fire protection, and any other thing that may come up from the JPG project. As my comments have shown, and as the attorney for JPB admitted in her rebuttal, that this data center project before you is like nothing else. So therefore, it needs to be a special exception. And you can go my way.
Kirsten Ford. After that would be Janice Klepfer.
Guys, this applauding is just slowing things down. I want to hear from everybody. But we're going to be respectful. That's how I'm gonna run this meeting. If you don't. That is your warning. Right, Chris.
My name is Kirsten Ford. I live at 8777 North State Road 7 in Yukon, Indiana. I would rather, putting my children to bed, but instead I am here because you have bullied and intimidated and threatened.
Hold on, Kristen, hold on. I'm speaking here, let me get some, please only address the board. That's who you're addressing, not the audience. No reference to the audience, just reference to the board.
So most people have corporate lawyers doing the talking. Daniel has been doing the talking himself, and he's got a tendency to talk a lot, and I would know. He has put his personal phone number on the application and was submitted to the county back in February, and he has been talking to people about this project at all hours of the day ever since. If you called him, you learned that Daniel has actually gone to a data center and he has read the sound levels for the decibel meter. So we were talking about decibels before. 70 decibels is a classroom. When you're about 200 yards across the street from a data center, the noise level is 50 decibels. That's about the sound of a moderate rainfall. If you are at the vicinity of the
if you're where the residences are with respect to the data center, that's 25 decibels. That's the sound of the library. You would also have received a lesson in the difference between a closed and open cooling system. Data centers with astronomically high water usage have an open cooling system. That just means they're spraying the water to cool everything down. This one, Daniel has made sure has a closed cooling system. What that means is that it works like your refrigerator. You put the water in once and you're done, right? It's recycled. You don't keep refilling it. So that is a learning that Daniel has made sure is going to happen here in our data center so that we don't have to deal with the pain points that other communities have had. If you call Daniel, you may also have asked about light pollution, and you would have learned that they use downlighting, just like the perimeters of Walmart, Kroger, kind of every box retailer, right? No one's signaling aliens or throwing up a bat signal here. So existing county ordinances prevent anyone from lighting up areas beyond their property lines. So that's just not permitted. And if you're in this room because you have genuine questions, then you deserve the answers. They're probably not going to be answered tonight in this room here. But when this is done, call Daniel, talk to your county representatives, ask the people who have done their due diligence to give facts, not fear mongering. And I hope that the BZA uses the facts in this case and uses the actual information and the due diligence that has been done by the parties here, rather than the emotions, the fear, and the, quite frankly, lies that have been told. Do I still have time?
You got 9 seconds.
Janice Janice Clepper is now speaking, and after that will be Jack Harpo.
Is this your phone? Your community does not want this. It should be your job to protect your fellow citizens. Not enough is known about the project to let it move forward. It seems it's being fast tracked without fully understanding the economic and environmental impacts that will affect people in this county and the surrounding counties. Can you make sure the infrastructure powering the hyperscale data center does not come at the expense of people living in this area? Is that guaranteed in writing? Will there be any written guarantees to safeguard electricity and water rates and environmental stewardship? Are the impacts on the area energy sources, water use, e-waste, fire, and safety availability fully understood? What about the environmental impact to the nearby Big Oaks National Wildlife Refuge? The adjacent refuge will be negatively impacted. Saying that Old Timbers Lake is 14 miles from the data center. Old Timbers Lake is not just the refuge. The refuge starts well before you get to Old Timbers Lake. Do we know who will own the land, who the construction company will be, what their track record is? Do you know who the company is that will be running? She called it the end user. Who's the end user of this hyperscale data center? We understand the JPT property is already zoned for heavy industry in the UDO. Somebody has the authority to rename a hyperscale data center as a warehouse. Definition of a warehouse: a large commercial building used to store materials, manufacture goods or merchandise in bulk before they are distributed. They bridge the gap between production and final sale. A structure for the storage of merchandise. This is not a warehouse. Just calling it one does not make it one. That should null and void the use of this term as the basis for approval.
After Jack, Brenda Partridge will be speaking.
Hey guys, thanks for hearing. Jack Hartwell, 6885 North JPG Housing Drive. I'm a half mile away where both sides. I can stand on my porch in front of that any day, any night, and I can hear Madison Pacific. I can hear Century too, right? So I'm not worried about the noise that they're making. And I'm gonna be brief in saying this, but the boards have painstakingly sought after what the county's needs are financially out of this deal. So I've been here since I was 10 years old. I love my community. I've watched our county time and time again, in our city of Madison, pass over millions and millions of dollars that we've lost. The county needs this money. It needs the help, and needs roads, it needs bridges, school help. I'd ask you to just concentrate on following the letter of the law, do your job. And look a little less into the appeal, because it sounds like the appeal is not all it's cracked up to be. So, thank you guys.
Now speaking Brenda Partridge, after Brenda will be Chuck Escher.
Okay, just checking. Brenda Partridge, 2017 Galway Trail, Madison. It's been shown that we're comparing this to heavy industry, which it is, I agree to that. But it has similarities, yes, to the things mentioned. But I question the intensity and the accessory uses. When we come to looking at power, you recognized in your UDO that a battery energy storage system could be a tier 1 and be standard. But if it's a tier 2, then it requires an exception. In this case, we are looking at a data center, a hyperscale data center with 7.1 million square feet. If we're looking at tiers, we're probably looking at a tier 3 or 4 with multiple areas of exception needing special ordinances to ensure safety and protection of surrounding areas and population. Now, let's look at the power. Data centers often require hundreds of megawatts to gigawatts of power. And they often use a hybrid approach. They want to be operational 24/7. So to do that, they need backup power. I haven't seen specifically what this one is. I've heard gas generators, they could be on-site gas turbine generators, diesel generators. And moving on, data centers are now looking to nuclear reactors to be part of that power. Are we ready for that? New Carlisle, Indiana has a data center. It started a year ago and it was operational in October. It has 7 buildings up. Right now, each building has got 26 diesel generators per building. And they're already looking to upgrade to nuclear reactors. They have 7 of 30 buildings done, 30 is projected. That's only gonna be 4 million square feet. We're looking at 7.1 million square feet. Some other exceptions are, there again, I don't know how we're proposing to do this. The night light pollution can impact 3 to 50 miles away. The noise and vibration can impact people, wildlife, birds, and up to 2.5 miles away. And many commissioners now have looked at, there's got to be a 2 to 3 mile buffer zone, not this half mile zone, half mile area that we were looking at. Okay.
Now. Now speaking Chuck. Harrison.
Chuck Urson,
Next up will be Wes Thomas.
2246 Indiana Avenue. I'm a retired educator. I moved here. I moved to come get closer to my parents. They live in Louisville. I didn't want to move to Louisville. I found a house on the back of Clifty Falls. I bought that house with what I had. I'm on a limited income because a teacher doesn't get much in pension. I love it. I go out to Crudo Lake with my dog every day. I hunt mushrooms real close to where that data center is going to be. And I can tell you, if this goes through, I will sell my house in Madison before the property values drop, because they will. You'll ruin the water. There's the one thing about this place, it's already bad. You can't have a house without water filtration system already. And they're gonna be evaporating that water in that closed system. It's not closed, it evaporates. There's too many unknowns. And that's my retirement. That's why I'm here. Thank you.
Wes Thomas now speaking. After Wes will be Eric Pettit.
Yeah, not got a whole lot to say.
Wes, with your address and everything.
Oh, 3665 West Prospect Road, Hanover. Been here in the county since 1965, and it's been brought up, and I think one important thing about this is that over and over again and again, this county lets something go on the wayside. It's got such a great tax base for it, and our schools need the money, the fire departments need the money, and just in general, the county needs the money. I think it's high time, we're not gonna please everybody all the time. But I think it's high time that we did something to get some money back in this county. And this data center is gonna be, in my opinion, put in the best place it could possibly be. It's not taking any farm grant out of production, because that's what they all say all the time. And I think it should be something that we really let go through.
Now speaking Eric Pettit. After Eric will be Deanna Ford.
Eric Pettit, 10700 North, 500 West, DuPont. Yeah. Good evening, my name's Eric Pettit. I live in DuPont, just a few miles from where the build site's supposed to be. Jefferson County, I lived here my whole life, with the exception of the 4 years when I was gone in the United States Marine Corps. I've known the Ford family for as long as I can remember. These are good people, honest, hardworking, and connected to this community, and as connected to this community as any family I've ever known. When I heard what they've been put through over the last several months, the threats, the harassment, the ugliness, I decided I need to show up tonight and say something, because that's what you do for the people that's always shot straight at you. I also want to say a word about Josh Klein, because his name's been dragged into this in a way that isn't fair. From what I know of him, Josh is a straight shooter. He knows the rules, he follows them, and he doesn't play games. I've seen his work, and I've never once had a reason to question whether he was doing the job with integrity. All these questions that we're hearing tonight, and they see on Facebook, they're all good questions, which is why we have the BZA, and which is why the BZA has Josh Klein. This board hired him to make these calls. He made this one the right way. That ought to count for something. Now I want to talk about the actual site for a minute, because I've been in the Jefferson Proving Ground for a long time. I've been in there more times than I can count. I don't think everybody in the room has a clear picture of what the land actually looks like inside there. The data center is going on the old airport. Let me tell you, if you drove past the property tomorrow and didn't know what was being built in there, you would never guess it. The site is set so far back from any public road that you can barely tell there's anything out there at all. By the time you factor in the natural buffer and whatever landscape gets added with the development, your average person driving down the road is never gonna see it or hear it. I live in DuPont. I've watched this part of the county struggle. I watched the people leave when there wasn't enough work, enough opportunity, enough reason to stay. My kids grew up here, and I want their kids to be able to grow up here too. What the Fords are doing, what the Fords are offering this county are jobs, the tax money, the chance to fund schools and fix roads, lower the tax burden on working families. That's not something that comes along every few years. That's something that maybe once in a generation. The Fords didn't have to do it this way. They could have stayed anonymous. They let corporations handle it, keep their distance. Instead, they put their names on it and answered every question and took every punch this community threw at them.
That's not what somebody with something to hide does, what neighbors do. And instead of going on Facebook and fear mongering, maybe we should call Daniel and ask him the questions that he's done now. Thank you. Thank you.
Deanna Ford is actually going to be speaking for people allocating their time. So the next speaker will be Dave Bramer, and after Dave will be Dustin Fresh.
Okay. We're gonna have you speak later. The people that are allocating their time, just do your three.
I don't need to be out up here.
Okay.
Your time.
Well, just do the three.
All right. All right, so my name is Deanna Ford. And I live at 6001 North JPG Housing Drive. I actually live in the old Colonel's house, which we've been fixing up for a while. As some of you here know, we've been here for about 8 generations. And I'm standing here tonight after months of threats, harassment, and abuse online, because I believe this county deserves better than what it has been offered these last 30 years. This board only has one question to answer tonight. Did Administrator Klein follow the rules and reach a reasonable conclusion? Greg Sanders was nice enough to give you those sheets that have the green on it. I would suggest you keep looking at those to see this is the only reason you're here tonight. This conclusion is not a close call. Josh Klein applied the 4-part UDO test, intensity, character, accessory uses, and intent exactly as required. And this is indeed gonna be built on the old airport. So guess what? A data center is much quieter than a jet engine. It's cleaner than an ammunition depot, and it produces less exhaust than a military motor pool. And the land has been zoned I-2 since 1998, but we all know it's been industrial since 1941. So this is nothing new. We would never sell our family farm. This is not going on agricultural land, and you doing this tonight will make sure that it never does. And that's very important to us. I also need every member of the board to understand what a no vote means, because it's not what the opposition is telling you. I do have a meeting with the state tomorrow. If this board overturns its own administrator's decision, we'll have no choice but to keep talking to them about the state path.
Right.
If the state takes jurisdiction over JPG, the state gets 88% of the tax revenue. That is what they did with Meta and Clark County. Clark County gets no money. We will be forced to do that. I don't want to do that. I'm up here to get tomatoes thrown at me, trying to keep the money in Jefferson County. We don't have to do it this way. We're doing everything we can to keep the money right here and do the right kind of clean development. So please think about the implications. Like I said, we didn't have to do it this way. We've endured all of this abuse because we want to help. And we want to cut property taxes in half. Okay, those people that are on a fixed income, it's going to improve their lives. Those farmers that are having trouble getting by, their property taxes are gonna be cut in half. This is what we're trying to do for the county. And I thank you for your time.
We have an alarm going off here. If it might seem longer to you, it's not. We got to start at 3, and then if you hear those alarm every once in a while, that is 3 minutes.
Now speaking Dave Bramer, after Dave will be Dustin Fresh.
My name is Dave Bramer. I live at 2579 South College Hills Drive, Hanover, Indiana. I'm here to talk about Josh Klein and the job that Josh Klein does. I think all of you have had interactions with Josh. I have as the county commissioner, and it's on the planning commission. And I think Josh does an outstanding job. So much so, when Josh was asked by the town of Hanover to be their zoning officer, the state of Indiana found out that Josh was going to be it, and they were overjoyed. So Josh's exemplary service is not just recognized in the county, but it's recognized in the state of Indiana as well. I know he's bowing his head over there because he is a humble guy, but he is a guy that does his job. And so to think that he haphazardly went through the steps to make this decision would be absolutely wrong. So Josh took his time, looked at the evidence, made the call based on our ordinances, our laws. It's not like he was making up rules as he went along. He's following the laws that we have enacted. Thank you.
Now speaking Dustin Fresh. After Dustin will be Celestra Dewey.
Hello, and thank you very much for allowing me to speak this evening. I would like you to take note.
Need your name and address.
Oh, sorry. My name is Dustin Fresh. I reside at 3060 North Cameron Court in Madison, Indiana, not far from the proposed site of the building. So I would like you to take a look tonight at the crowd. It's no coincidence that there are many in red. That's because they are concerned, and they have right to be concerned. So I do feel, in my opinion, that there has been a gross lack of transparency in the project altogether. Many of the people here tonight did not even know that a data center was on the way until just a few weeks ago. That is a gross mishandling of information to our community, not just to the city, but to the county as well, and to our neighboring counties. So that should be taken into consideration. Also, has there been an independent study on the impact that this will have on the infrastructure, not just in Jefferson County, Indiana, but in the neighboring counties, because it will have an impact on our infrastructure as it stands. I don't know if that study has been done, but I can say that I have not seen those results. As well, has there been a noise impact study independently done, and have all of those results been gifted out to the residents of Jefferson County and the surrounding counties? Now, it has been stated that there will be an estimated 90 dB noise that would be coming from the data center, not continuous. That would be throttled down to a 20 dB noise range. Now, I don't know about you, but 20 dB continuous is still pretty darn loud when we don't currently have that in our community in many respective areas. And then also, in the event, God forbid, that there is an emergency at this facility, do we currently have the available EMA to take care of that if that emergency does take place under an already stressed and strapped environment that we serve today with many other emergencies that we face? The last thing that I would say is I do bring a lot of this info with direct experience working in data centers, because I do work in infrastructure. I am in IT, and I can tell you that once the data center does get put up, there will be an immediate notice.
All right, my name is Celestra Dewey. I live at 2626 Branch Drive in Madison. I just want you to know that I have, I'm sorry, and I should say good evening, members of the Jefferson County Zoning Board of Zoning. The thing is, I think when the Fords speak, it sounds very good. I have nothing against Josh Klein. He's a wonderful person. What I'm very concerned about is the lack of understanding. I've seen a lot of people compare our data center to one in Illinois, which they have much more stringent building codes. I just don't know what I'm dealing with or what is going on, because there has not been any transparency. I mean, not enough for me. I just feel like when I talk to people, all we want to know is what is going on. What is this going to entail? So I would like to say, we respectfully urge the board to reverse the decision that the data center is sufficiently similar to heavy industry as defined by the Jefferson County Unified Developmental Ordinance. Or at minimum, impose a moratorium or special use exception variance until comprehensive studies and safeguards are completed. This request is not rooted in opposition to economic development. Rather, it is based on documented concerns regarding land use compatibility, public health, environmental impacts, infrastructure burdens, transparency, and long-term community welfare. At present, available evidence suggests that our community does not need this project and has not been provided sufficient information demonstrating that its benefits outweigh its costs. Data centers are industrial facilities with a significant impact and should not be treated as low-impact developments such as warehouses or factories without a special use exception. Research and zoning guidance consistently identified large-scale data centers as industrial uses that can create impacts extending far beyond site boundaries. Recommended zoning practices indicate that data centers should generally be restricted to industrial districts and require special review because of impacts related to noise, air pollution, water use, visual effects, infrastructure, strain, and property values. Communities across the country are now confronting issues that were not anticipated during initial approvals. They have significant impacts on nearby residents that are documented. Independent surveys also found adverse impacts reported by residents living near existing facilities. Noise impacts from data centers are not limited to ordinary industrial sounds. Large facilities can generate persistent, low-frequency noises from cooling systems and backup generators that residents describe as a constant hum affecting sleep and quality of life. Thank you.
I'm Sarah Patterson. I live at 1225 West Main Street in Madison. I would like to spend my 3 minutes speaking to the question your website suggests you are trying to answer. Whether the zoning administrator was correct in claiming that a data center is similar to listed uses in an I2 heavy industrial zone. I could not find the administrator's report on your website, and I would encourage you to place it there for public comment. I would argue that this is a situation of trying to force a square peg into a round hole. The question you are asking is important, and it is a question because the answer is not obvious or clear. We do not yet know the answer. Data centers of this proposed type and size are relatively new on our landscape. And when the definitions were created, data centers were not yet imagined. Should this data center be classified as an I2 heavy industrial zone? That is a question that we should answer as a community. If our current definitions do not make the answer easy, and the past few weeks have shown that the answer here is not easy, our community needs to have conversations. The moments when our definitions no longer serve us are the moments when we need to pause, reflect, and study. They are not the moments when we should push through just to move things along. It is not worth both forcing a square peg into a round hole. Until we can reconsider our definitions, it is your job to answer no. When new technologies arise, it is always our duty to our community to ask questions and to reconsider definitions. We should not simply let this happen to us. We should choose the future we want for our community. Let us consider definitions. Let us have conversations. Let us understand the new technology we are being asked to embrace. Let us take the time to make active and collective choices rather than passive and unilateral ones. Thank you.
Hello, my name is George Singer. I live at 4147 North Shunpike Road. Like a lot of my fellow residents, I don't know that much about data centers. And when I search the internet, I find that there's not enough data on data centers to answer my questions. So I asked the source of all this, AI, the question: why don't data center companies come forward with proof of a positive impact on communities? And this is what I've had, or what AI told me. Data center companies often struggle to show broad community benefits because their operational impacts are highly localized, while the financial gains and tech benefits are spread globally. The disconnect stems from the fundamental nature of these facilities, which function more like passive infrastructure than traditional job creating businesses. Several specific factors explain why definitive proof of community improvement is rare or heavily contested. Short-lived job booms, data centers create many short-term jobs during the construction phase, but permanent operational employment is extremely low. Once built, facilities primarily house servers and mostly require a small number of maintenance or security contractors. Next, hefty tax subsidies. While data centers yield tax revenue, these projects routinely secure massive tax rates and public subsidies to outcompete other states. As a result, financial windfall often takes years or decades to materialize for local budgets. Resource drain. Facilities consume immense amounts of local electricity and water, which can lead to overloaded utility grids, environmental burdens, and higher utility bills surrounding residents. Secrecy and non-disclosure. Development deals are frequently accompanied by non-disclosure agreements and redacted contracts, which prevents residents from seeing exactly what benefits are promised or negotiated. To counter these local frictions, industry experts suggest that companies need to pivot toward proactive transparency. This includes engaging in community benefit agreements and partnering with towns to redirect waste heat or energy back in the community. So I'm not necessarily opposed to it. What I'm saying is not no, but slow. Let's take time and research this and find out how it really will affect our community. I think we should have a moratorium, and better yet, form a committee made up of residents and government officials. So 3 government officials, 3 residents. I volunteer to participate.
Right, okay, up next would be Susie Hollinger.
I'm Jed Skillman. I live at 1505 Michigan Road, Madison. And I don't know where he went. That guy was my speech. I'll start off by saying, I gotta address you. I look online. There's gotta be positive records somewhere for the data center. I couldn't find anything. I didn't go to AI like you did. I just went scrolling, and it was all negative. Where is the positive? So that's the first thing. The second is, I'm not a Luddite. I know progress comes along and we have to take progress. We can't just wait it by and live in a shell here. But we're going way too fast on this thing. There are too many unknown questions about it. The whole thing is feels like it's being railroaded on us. I appreciate the fact that the closed loop cooling, that's great. That sounds interesting. And somebody mentioned, I know this is gonna scare a lot of people. I love the idea of small nuclear reactors. I followed the development of them for about 10 years. And they've got several of them going in right now around the country. This kind of use is terrific. It would not strain the power line. And then I want to comment, I know, I'm sorry to hear you were threatened, or you got prank phone calls and things like that, excuse me. But on the other hand, I really don't think it adds anything to use a carrot or a stick or for you to be told by the petitioner that we can do this the easy way or we can do this the hard way, and if we do it the hard way, you're gonna get nothing for it.
Yeah.
That doesn't help people. And unless you have an attorney involved in the thing, and I hope you do, representing us, because you are looking out for our interest, whether we're kind of intrigued about the idea, or we think this is like straight out of hell. Whatever it is, you have to have an attorney representing. And the first thing you say
There is no cutting Jefferson County out of the profitability on this. You say that, you're done. We're, you know, if you're gonna build this here, we're all gonna benefit, not just a family. Thank you very much.
Kevin Collins.
As you said, my name is Susie Hollinger. I live at 310 Broadway in Madison, right downtown. Living downtown, I get to hear a lot of opinions from a lot of people being right on Broadway. I don't know that all the information they give me is correct, but I agree that a lot of our questions are not answered and no attempt is being made to answer them. How does the tax revenue benefit Madison directly? Since we have a Madison address for this data center, we've never really been told how Madison residents are going to benefit. I have been told and did see online that this data center takes in 3 counties. If I'm not correct, I would like someone to correct me. That I have been told that it spans over Jefferson County, Jennings County, and Ripley County. If that is the case, how will that money be divided? Is all of this tax money going to just Jefferson County? And how will Madison benefit? I know that we are on aquifer for our water system for Madison. And I have been told by City Hall that this data center will be using our water system and our aquifers. I've also been told that our aquifers would never go dry. But my research has shown that aquifers do go dry. And then what happens if this data center has used up a lot of our water system, then what happens? We have been told here tonight that our taxes will be reduced by 50%. That sounds encouraging, but there was no address made on how much our utility rates will increase. And a lot of research tells us that the data centers do increase our utility rates. I do feel that we have been deceived somewhat. On the TV interview with Daniel Ford, he said that this data center was mid-size. I find that really deceptive. When you are now the second or third largest in the world is what is being proposed, I don't think that is considered mid-size. Other sources say it's the second or third largest in the world. I'm not sure, but 7.1 million square feet is not mid-size. But my main concern is why there is secrecy. Why are we not being told who this data center is for? Why is City Hall and so many people under a non-disclosure contract? It affects all of us that live in Madison. And why can we not be told the truth? I don't know why that has to be a secret. So when there is a non-disclosure contract with so many different people in this town, we can't help but be suspicious as to what's being hidden. You asked us to trust us, but you don't tell us why we should trust you.
That's your time now.
I'm Kevin Jones. I live north of Cleveland on East Thornton Road, not far from Jefferson Proving Ground. I am our county's regional development representative on the 5-county RDA, and I speak as a private citizen and a 5th-generation farm owner, a farm that is near JPG. I want to keep this really simple and brief because of what you're enduring, and I appreciate your service. I encourage you to deny the appeal for a number of reasons, but my 3-point short list is frankly the Ford family stewardship, history of generosity, and the location would be my first point. I cannot imagine in the state of Indiana there's a better location for a data center than this particular one. It is isolated. It is on a decrepit World War II Vietnam era airfield. There is no other real use for that. I think it already would have happened by now if there was. Again, I care a lot about preservation of farmland. I certainly wouldn't want one on or near my farm, and this is not the case in this instance. Second, the proposed use, first of all, data centers have existed for a quarter century. This is not new technology. And data centers did exist when the UDO was adopted. I think that's an important point to keep in mind here as you undertake your responsibility. The proposed use is more than sufficiently similar to the appropriate categories. And we're not really treading new ground here. This is something that's been done many times in very bad locations around the country. Finally, I think it's important to emphasize that up to a tripling of our county budget is likely with this data center. That's enormous. This is per year, an increase of up to $60 million. The number of roads, bridges, rural villages, and generally important causes, good causes that are underfunded because of how strapped the county government is, especially after Senate Bill 1, is something that is maybe easy to bypass, but we see it every day out in the country. The list of unmet needs is very, very long. And finally, I believe and have been informed and believe those who have informed me that there would be generous charitable contributions made to things like the Jefferson County Fairgrounds and many other good causes. For anyone who thinks this is a new topic, on April 1st, in the Madison Courier, there's a very detailed article by a very reputable journalist about memory. And I've been dealing with journalists my whole life, and I find his stories incredibly consistently accurate. Thank you for your time and for your service.
Next up, Tim Cox, and then after that would be Jerry Dean. I can't make out the last name.
I'm Tim Cox, live at 1051 West Main Street. I pray for each and every one here. I understand you have a big decision to make. The result of this is going to be either a benefit or a burden. I pray for everyone here. And I'm sorry that everybody has had hard feelings. And this is a big decision. It's a big community. We all care about it. Money is not everything. Sometimes life needs to have an environment. Not always. Just because you fit within the lines of the rules, is it a better decision to let something happen to a community that can cost them years, generations? Thank you.
If not, we'll move on to Mary Hanson. Mary Hanson, if not, the next person that will be speaking is Cassie Leslie. Mary's coming.
Hi, my name is Mary Hanson. I live at 315 St. Michael's Avenue. And I'm really grateful. I've actually learned so much tonight, right? And this is why public discourse is so important. I followed this as soon as the ERA was. I was in that room with them and they're like, we just heard about this. We don't know. And so my question is, why is this not happening? And this only happened because of the appeal, right? And so as much as we're trying to point out, people deserve knowledge. This community deeply loves this county. I am one of those people. And I also understand that the question is around ordinance in the UDO. And all of this is dependent on Josh Klein. I do wonder how long he has been the administrator. From my understanding, it is within the last 6 months, right? And so why are we just blindly following this report that and I believe he signed it within a month, like very quickly from being admitted. And so I just asked, why would we not use the special use procedure so that we can be fully informed, right? Special use does not mean a no. It does mean that you are like, oh, we have questions we need to answer. The other reason why I believe that a number of the definitions in his report came from Merriam-Webster. Do you wanna know what where Merriam-Webster doesn't have in their dictionary? Because it's a dictionary, it is not for industry, right? They don't need to stay up. Gigafactory is not in Merriam-Webster, it has been around for 12 years. Hyperscale centers, not in Merriam-Webster, it's been around since 2006. We should not be using those definitions to determine if this meets a special ordinance. The other piece, and I really appreciated this quote from Daniel Ford, the community is asking questions because we care. And one of the reasons we're asking so many questions is because no information has been made public. It is fine to have one-off conversations, but that's not what this scale size determines, right? If the numbers make sense for Jefferson County, they should stand on their own, it should be published. And also, just to be clear, if we wanna say this is a factory and warehouse, it is still the third largest factory in the country. I have been to the second largest factory in the country, in Kentucky, a Toyota factory. I brought children there from middle school because it is a good employer and pays well. You wanna know what a data center doesn't do? Pay employees well, and maybe we will be lucky if there's 100 they said 300, that's a lucky day. Do you wanna know how much the factory, Toyota factory employs? 10,000 people, right? I am not against economic development, I am for it. This is not economic development, it is a parasite to our county. I also have information, the factory both produces less electricity and less water use. Significantly, like half. I will give you, I only have one chart, sorry, I'm bored, only have a tiny chart. But I will share you that kid, so thank you.
Sorry. Hi, my name is Casey Leslie and I live at 2320 Wilson Avenue, and I'm here because I deeply care about this community and the future of Jefferson County. I'm not anti-growth or anti-business, I understand growth is important, but responsible growth also requires transparency, proper planning, fiscal responsibility, and protections for the people who already call this place home. My concern is that the current UDO is outdated when it comes to hyperscale data centers. The proposal isn't just a warehouse or a distribution center. At 7.1 million square feet, this would potentially become one of the largest data centers in the world, and it brings infrastructure, environmental, utility, and public safety concerns far beyond what our current ordinances were designed to address. The heavy industrial zoning classification within the UDO seems to have been written around more traditional industrial uses such as manufacturing, processing, and warehousing. A hyperscale data center is fundamentally different infrastructure. The concern is not whether the project technically fits under existing heavy industrial language, it's concerning whether the UDO itself is actually adequate for a development of this magnitude. Many communities across the country are now updating their ordinances, creating separate standards specifically for hyperscale data centers because older industrial zoning framework were never written with this type of infrastructure in mind. Unfortunately, it appears we may be too late on this. The UDO already recognizes that larger battery storage systems require additional scrutiny and special exceptions. A hyperscale data center operating at potential gigawatt scale power demand deserves that same level of scrutiny, if not more. I also believe we must discuss long-term fiscal responsibility. Artificial intelligence and technology are evolving at an incredible pace. Even experts within the industry are questioning whether the current rush to build hyperscale AI infrastructure is sustainable long-term. Technology changes rapidly, hardware becomes outdated quickly, and none of us can confidently say what this industry will look like in 10 or 20 years. So what happens if this facility becomes outdated or obsolete? Who's responsible for maintaining or cleaning up that infrastructure? What protections are in place to prevent Jefferson County taxpayers from inheriting abandoned industrial facilities, environmental cleanup costs, or utility burdens in the future? Responsible leadership means planning not only for the benefits of today, but also the risks for tomorrow. Not all data centers are the same, and this project should not be treated as just another warehouse without a special use exception. I believe the citizens of Jefferson County deserve modern ordinances, enforceable protections, independent oversight, and answers before approvals are rushed forward. Thank you. John Sinclair, and then after John Sinclair will be Cindy Marie.
My name is John St. Clair. I live at 315 St. Michael's Avenue in Madison.
Thank you, the BZA board for allowing us to speak today, and I would like to take my time to talk about the exceptional differences of this particular project. The fact that it is exceptional means that it is an exception. We've heard today that the data center itself would be bigger than all of the other developments on top of the hilltop in Madison, but it only provides 100 to 300 jobs as opposed to all the jobs that are provided on the top of the hilltop. I'll be brief, I don't think.
No, you're right.
The other thing that has been brought to our attention is the fact that this will be a closed loop data center. And that sounds incredible, but there are no closed loop data centers. Closed loop data center is used to supplement direct chip cooling. It is not one or the other, it is only supplemented by this. There are theoretical feasibility frameworks that have been published in places like Scientific Direct that have looked at the feasibility of entire closed loop systems. And they're only feasible for cold soil storage. And we live in Madison, it's pretty south. I don't think cold soil storage is going to be our solution. There are other things too, like metal organic frameworks that could exist to increase the efficiency of that closed loop system, but we don't know any of that information. All we know is that there is some supplemental efficiency gained from some kind of undisclosed closed loop cooling, and that seems like a minimum in terms of understanding if this is an exceptional factory that would reduce its requirements to something like a traditional manufacturer or warehouse, but still would provide those jobs. The character and impact seems sufficiently different to me. Thank you for your time.
Hello, my name is Cindy Marie. I live at 3312 West Farmville Drive. Before I start, I'm gonna just shortly address the elephant in the room. This is not about one location. There are others to be considered. That being said, I moved to this area from Greenwood, Indiana, 6.5 years ago to retire. I wanted to get away from tech, industry, noise, the hubbub of society. When I first moved here, I found people to be kind, traditional, and have a sense of community. Everything was great until that started changing. And I know some of the things I'm going to discuss do not directly, quote unquote, refer to tonight, but it was the beginning of where we are today. All that kindness, all that generosity, all that community started to change when solar came in. It divided people. It caused deals behind doors, half-truths, lies, manipulation. A house divided. Neighbor against neighbor, old versus new, city versus rural. But at the end of the day, we survived. Yeah, it was a 50-50 thing, but we survived. And then came the high rises downtown. A lot of people didn't like that. Whoa, we don't want to mess with the history and the beauty of what we're all very proud of. And I get that. And more people were against it. Yes, we don't want to mess with Madison, especially downtown. It's worth something. It's too important. Then our most recent devastation that I think we can all agree to, the burning of the historic church downtown. No matter where you stand, no matter where you live, we all get that that whole situation was horrific. And we all hope in some way that we will come together, whether it's just encouraging our neighbor or physically helping. So that situation helped unite all of us in different ways. And why? Because no matter why we live here, we appreciate the history, we appreciate the preservation, we appreciate the tradition. But nevertheless, that area and Jefferson County will never be the same. Most people realize that the effects from that situation affected all of us. And here we are today, data centers. Most of us are against it. Most of the country is against it. It's going to cause higher bills, safety issues, effect on the environment. Do you know exactly? We do. They just don't want to admit to it. It will change the face of our communities. It will remove the beauty. It will remove our wildlife. It will change our history. It will change our history, our preservation. It will change everything. It will affect people in many ways. It will change everything. So here's my $1 million question. If we all stood behind recent events that have changed our community, then why are we even having this conversation today? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
It will be Donna and
Good evening. Hi, my name's Jan Joking, I live at 140 Lakeside Drive. I am one of the people, as written in Article 1, Section 1 of the Indiana Constitution. We are declaring and claiming opposition to the creation of a data center in our community. Did the People's Trustees swear an oath to secure the Indiana Constitution, Article 1, Section 1, in which the people have all power at all times? We are coming today claiming by right to regulate our internal government. The right to declare the common good based on protecting the people's peace, safety, and well-being, in opposition and prohibition of the creation of the data center in our community. Say corporations are commercial entities and they are creatures of the state. And as such, they are subject to the Indiana and US constitutions. Corporations have no authority over what the people determine the common good is, and their sole purpose and privilege is to benefit the people. The people have all power at all times, and that is written in Article 1, Section 1 of the Indiana Constitution. And this power, God gave us the authority to create our own form of government. And as such, our founders created a republic in which the people have all power at all times. This power came with the duty to govern our trustees and servants. God has ordained the people's power and instructed servants to be obedient. Romans 13, let every soul be subject unto the higher powers, for there is no power but of God. The powers that be are ordained of God. We, the people, are ordained, the powers ordained by God. Ephesians 6:5, servants, be obedient to them that are your masters, according to the flesh, with fear and trembling in singleness of your heart as unto Christ. Our public servants, they swore an oath to secure the Constitution. Indiana Constitution, Article 15, Section 4, oath. Every person elected or appointed to any office under this Constitution shall, before entering on the duties thereof, take an oath or affirmation to support the Constitution of this state and of the United States, and also an oath of office. I know a lot of government servants and attorneys, they like statutes and codes. So Indiana Code 1-1-2-1, hierarchy of law, Section 1. The law governing the state is declared to be first, Constitution of the United States and of this state.
Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah.
Here's the notes from the people.
Okay, my name is Donna Kimmel. I live at 1581 West 500 North, directly across from where this is going to happen. I'm not an expert in IT. I'm not an expert at talking about kind of stuff. I didn't even know about this until 2 weeks ago when I got the registered letter. Okay, I want to speak to you as just a regular resident. Okay, when I go outside at night and I'm on my back deck, I hear owls. I hear all the nature, and I don't hear industrial things. I hear things that are important, which is nature. And then, like I said, I'm very nervous, I'm sorry. I think about when I sit in my living room and I look out my front door. And there across the street, I see the deer, the baby deer, and all the animals running there on the other side of the gate. Then I think about how beautiful the leaves look when they change in the fall. And then I think about winter, when all the leaves are gone. Okay, when all the leaves are gone,
then we will be able to see stuff. There won't be that barrier anymore for those several months that happen. Okay, so, you know, a lot of the people that have gotten up here and have spoken, you know, for or against, they do not live right across the street. And, you know, my husband and I moved here because we wanted to retire here. And now, as soon as that data center, the ground breaks to build it, we will be stuck here because nobody will want to buy our house if we would need to sell it in an emergency situation. Nobody. And yeah, we would probably be paying less taxes because our property value will be going down. So, I mean, seriously, I hate to be up here and to cause issues, but that's not what I'm trying to do. But this has been very secretive. And I do believe that with all the people showing up here today, that we do deserve better answers than what we've been provided. And that we do need to look into this a lot further before we take this big step forward. And then all of a sudden, if something goes wrong, then we're screwed. And, you know, I just think that everybody needs to take a step back, get some answers answered, and, you know, move forward from there. So I do appreciate your time. Thank you.
And then after her will be Tammy Keith.
Hi, my name is Helen Montar. I live on West Main Street in Madison. Here's the concept. Of the people, for the people, by the people. What in the world happened there? The big term tonight is transparency. We have none. No environmental studies, no nothing. The only other comment I really have now, everything has been done in secrecy. Democracy dies behind closed doors.
Will be Paula Weatherby.
Hi, my name is Tammy Kelch. I live at 318 Broadway Street in Madison. I'd like to start by saying that I'm grateful that at the local level, that you can just show up and talk to your council members and your board members. And unlike getting a speak with Congress, we didn't have to be subpoenaed here tonight. So I'm glad everyone's taking this opportunity, and I thank y'all for being here as well. As far as this unified development ordinance, I think plenty of others that came before me have spoke very clearly on how a hyperscale data center, which is not the same as many other data centers, given the size and complexity, does not quantify as a warehouse. We've also heard a lot of talk tonight about House Senate Bill 1, which was passed by politicians that many people in this room voted for and trusted, has taken from our county and other rural communities. And we want to be able to trust our local constituents and elected officials to step in and do what's right where they didn't at the state level. Data centers are not a reliable source of economic development. In Sullivan County, Indiana, Google, one of the largest companies in the world, is linked to a data center project using $5.7 billion in junk bonds as funding. This signals a level of hesitancy from investors with this type of project proposal. The developer of this project in Jefferson County has not been disclosed to the community. The developer could be a terrible partner, not stick around for long, and go out of business. There's no way of knowing that this is a sound and stable financial deal for our city and county. However, if a Google linked project is having difficulty acquiring the funds for these projects,
It is safe to assume that the same economic risk and instability applies for this unnamed developer. I also lived in the JPG myself with my family from December 2010 until May of 2015. During the beginning of my time living there was an investigation by the EPA, which resulted in fines. This was all publicized in the local Madison Courier at the time, because of improper disposal of asbestos and the risk that that brought about to workers and families in the Jefferson Proving Ground. This lends distrust for me to know that this family who does, I'm not saying they haven't done good things, but I'm also saying they haven't always been looking out for this community.
Oh, whether will be Steve Weatherby.
Hello, I'm Paul Weatherby. My address is 2685 West Deputy Pike Road, Madison. And last fall, when we were doing all the solar things, which we were involved in for 2 years, I asked the commissioners to give us a year moratorium on data centers. And one of the planning members assured me that we had everything in order, all the UDO for that. And obviously that didn't work out too well. And I think that we should have had a moratorium just like we had on solar, so that some of these things could be sorted out. But I also asked AI a few questions, and this is what they told me about what we are actually talking about tonight. The UDO emission. The UDO contains no definition or use category for data center. The zoning administrator therefore lacks statutory authority to reclassify the proposed hyperscale commuting campus as warehousing. Misclassification. The application and permit label the project as warehousing despite project documents describing a 7.1 million square foot hyperscale commuting campus. This reclassification eliminated conditional use review and public notice. Procedural defects. The county failed to provide the notice and written findings required by the UDO for novel or large-scale uses. Affected neighbors were deprived the opportunity to be heard. Environmental and safety risks. The parcel lies adjacent to Big Oak National Wildlife Refuge and within an area with documented UXO and contamination. The county did not require a site-specific plan for environmental review. Infrastructure impacts. No binding utility or traffic mitigation commitments were required despite the project's extraordinary demands. The county did not obtain or rely on independent interconnection or capacity approvals. Incentives and transparency. The timing of ERA incentive actions and the permit approval raises questions about the undue influence and the lack of independent land use review. These all speak to exactly what we're talking about tonight. And these things were not done. And I'm not saying anything about Josh Klein because I know the family personally, and he's a very good person. And I think that he's done the best that he would always do, whatever he would try his best to do. But we're not talking about, when they originally talked about this, a data center, this is the third largest. Thank you.
Thank you.
Will be Sarah Hertz. After Darren Hurd will be Erica Wilson.
Hi, my name is Sarah House. I live on Grove Road in Madison. 1 mile from the JPC main gate. I'm here tonight to ask this board to reconsider whether the proposed hyperscale data center should be treated as civil by right industrial use. I'm gonna skip some of my points because they've already been said, I don't know things. The issue before you is not whether technology is good or bad. The issue is whether Jefferson County's current zoning framework was ever designed to evaluate a project of this scale and intensity. Because I only got 3 minutes tonight, I provided a report with detailed research and cited resources. You have it, I think in front of you. It's labeled zoning board position fact document. Section 2.2 addresses noise. One of the most significant concerns. Unlike warehouses that create intermittent noise from trucks and loading docks, hyperscale data centers generate continuous 24-hour mechanical noise. Studies from Virginia communities located near similar facilities document constant low frequency humming and sustained noise levels exceeding 60 decibels. This is not an occasional disruption. It becomes a permanent ambient condition affecting nearby residents and wildlife. Section 2.4 highlights another major mismatch: employment. Industrial zoning has traditionally been justified by jobs and economic activity per acre. Yet this project would occupy 549 acres and more than 7 million square feet, while producing only roughly 300 permanent jobs. Comparable warehouse developments can generate thousands of jobs. So the point is not that those jobs are lack. The point is not that those jobs lack value, but that the hyperscale data centers operate under a fundamentally different economic and land use model than traditional industrial uses. That concern is reinforced in section 3.1, which explains why simply labeling the project industrial is insufficient. Across the country, planners and zoning experts increasingly recognize that hyperscale data centers do not fit neatly within traditional industrial categories because of their extraordinary electrical demand, continuous noise, infrastructure intensity, and permanent land commitment. Indiana itself has recognized this issue. Section 4.3 discusses Stark County precedent in 2025. Stark County proposed a moratorium because its zoning ordinance lacked regulations for hyperscale data centers, describing that omission as a defect in code. Jefferson County faces the same challenge today. Section 4.4 references Indiana House Bill 1007 passed in 2025, in which the legislature recognized the hyperscale data centers great infrastructure demands, unlike traditional industrial uses. The state determined new legislation.
That's fine, man.
Next, speak. Bob Evans.
Hello, my name is Erica Wilson, and I live at 3022 North 532 West in Madison. John Stewart says that democracy is a lunch and mill job. And we're witnessing that tonight, and it's a privilege. And instead of being burdened by this, we should be grateful for it. It's one of the things that makes us the best place in the world to be. I want to start by saying that. I'm here to add my voice to the chorus of concerned citizens from across Jefferson County. We have many unanswered questions about proposed development, obviously. But one of the questions surrounding it is actually easily answered. And it happens to be the very question before you. Should a warehouse and a hyperscale data center fall under the same zoning classification? Are they really the same thing? Well, let's look at it. A hyperscale data center and a warehouse both presumably have walls, a roof, a floor, doors, and are probably both vaguely square to rectangular in shape. This is where the similarities between the two end.
They are in no way similar in their environmental impacts, their public health risks, or their effect on quality of life, property values of their neighbors, and they are wildly different in their energy and water use. The average 300,000 square foot hyperscale data center, that's what one is, can use as much electricity as about 100,000 homes. The same as a warehouse, not even close. By way of illustration, by way of illustration, let me give you a very simple example of things that may be sort of the same, but are actually vastly different. I will use myself. I'm an American woman of a certain age. So is the supermodel, Cindy Crawford. Somehow I don't think Revlon is going to be calling asking me to be the face of their next campaign. Cindy and I are both American women, but we are not the same. You find this comparison absurd. Now you know how we feel. So the action that it should be very easy for this board to take tonight is to say, nope, try again. A hyperscale data center and a warehouse are in no way the same thing, and so should not fall under the same zoning classification. I humbly, believe it or not, I am humble, request that you reverse the decision of the zoning administrator so that everyone who calls this beautiful special place home, citizens and government alike, has the time to study this proposed development and its potential impacts, and can engage on whether or not this is something that truly belongs in Jefferson County. I thank you for reading.
The Pastor Rob will be Wanda Blair.
My name is Bob Evans, for a reason. I live at 6015 JPT Housing Drive. I work in the internet industry. And to be able to do what I do, you have to have a lot of knowledge. And the amount of people I've seen on cell phones, you have to have a server. That server is stored at that center, somewhere in the United States or somewhere. You have to look up all the information. Cell phone, computer, tablet, somehow, or talk to someone. Without that information, which goes through a data center somewhere in order to get it. Now, the man we're discussing, issue we're discussing, if it takes him a month to do his job, he should have done it perfectly. I'm not doubting him, he did his job due diligence. And the people who own the property are all they're going to do is sell it where the county makes money. And they make money like anybody else that would try to do. If anybody owned that property other than the Fords, they would be doing the same exact thing they are trying to do. Okay? It's not your time. And all I'm trying to do is get a point across. Every single person in here has a cell phone, including you all. It goes through a data center somewhere. Doesn't matter where. All we're trying to do is help the community. If you want to deny it, that's your decision. But Jefferson County could use the help. It may not help Jennings County, it may not help Brooklyn County, Switzerland County, Clark County. I don't care. I live in Jefferson County. Okay? There again. It is for Jefferson County only. Okay? If they want a data center, they'll do it. This is for Jefferson County.
Next to speak will be Wanda Blair, and then after Wanda will be Jen Burkhart.
Good evening. Wanda Blair, 8630 West State Road 256, last name is better known as Kent. I'm a lifelong resident and we farm. Unfortunately, this may fit the criteria. I'm not arguing that. But again, that criteria was back in 1998. Who in the world the very front of the data center in 98. Which we had, and then we could have done it another way. If it does come, will our downtown suffer? If it comes to be true about the noise level, about cardiac issues, our downtown was saved years ago by tourist trade. It was almost a ghost town because everybody went to the hilltop. But by having tourists come in, it's wonderful and it's a beautiful historic town. So we gotta keep that going too, if this should hurt us. If, they say taxes would be cut in half. What if it comes in and then they come back and ask for an abatement? Then what? We're stuck. The other thing I've got to say is, look what one little battery did downtown, one little car battery. Thank you, and think about what's in its data center. The only other thing I've got to say is, I'm in the desert. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. I came here primarily tonight just to learn more, to learn what this meeting was about.
Name and address.
Oh. Jim Burkhardt, 2152 North Brooksburg, Manville Road, Brooksburg. So yeah, I came here to learn, and thank you guys for clearly elucidating what's going on with this meeting and your votes. It'll be really interesting to hear the debate afterwards and the final vote. But I did want to mention, my big question afterwards is, all the jobs we've heard described, what about if the electrical rates do or do not go up? The closed loop water system, tax revenues. What happens if none of that really happens? Who do we hold accountable for that kind of thing? I mean, the community support, what there is of it, is gonna be because of those issues. But I applaud the gentleman too before me here that pointed out that cell phones, laptops, and everybody that mentioned, gee, I looked up AI. That's the reason data centers are coming up all across the country. So just to point that out. Thank you.
I'm gonna ask for a motion to take a 10-minute break. And stretch your legs a little bit here.
I'll make the motion to take a 10-minute break.
All in favor? Okay, real quick though, hold on. There's some rules that, for the 10-minute break that we have to follow. So I'm gonna let Pat explain the rules that deals with the board, so everybody knows, what we gotta do.
So the board's not gonna be having any discussion. The board's not gonna be having any discussion during the break. All discussion is gonna happen out in front of the public. But alongside that, the board is not allowed to engage in ex parte contacts. What that means is please refrain from approaching the members of the board, trying to talk to them about this issue, discuss the issue. Each of the board members, the only thing they're legally allowed to say is, I can't talk to you about this while the hearing is proceeding. So please let the board members stretch their legs, understand that they can talk to you while this hearing is proceeding, but they're also not gonna be having any discussion until we get back on it.
Trying to find out how many are there. You know.
How many folks are left on the list?
That's what I was wondering.
Hey.
Left on just the residence section.
You'll be like able to sign up to speak.
I can hear that. Okay. How many people are left, you know? Right. Well, I can't be here till fucking midnight.
County resident or non-county resident, or you're allotting your card, anybody.
County resident.
Thank you. I guess, yeah, it's like the list.
Which number?
Birthday, yeah, the list.
Wait a minute, me too.
Me too.
Just on the resident.
On the resident, how those last people are they allowed? So, I don't want to be.
30 left.
Huh?
30 left, but that's the people a lot of the times when they get 9 minutes.
So there's 30 voting, but about time. Okay. Yeah, I thought, I don't want to get home at midnight.
Thank you.
Hey, I'm the best friend, that's my friend.
I was trying to figure out the writing, so there's another list that's in the system. Is that the line? Okay.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Excuse me, can I ask you a question? How much longer is your list of people to speak?
I counted, it's probably over 30 minutes.
Over 30 people?
That's including people allotting their time, so that person gets 6 minutes or 9 minutes, depending on how many allotted time.
Oh, but you know, there's probably at least 30 more names. Thank you.
If everybody could start finding their seats, we get started here. Okay, we'll go ahead and proceed with the meeting, just to give you all some idea, we're just a little under half done. So, hope those seats are comfortable. All right, Taylor, you want?
The next speaker will be Delbert Reed, and then after Delbert will be Timothy Thompson. Delbert, are you here? Okay, we'll move on to Timothy Thompson, and then after him will be Beverly Harvey.
Hello, my name is Timothy Thompson. My address is 2142 East Valley 12. That's the maximum here. Please, the whole building.
Hold the mic close to your mouth.
Huh?
Hold the mic close.
Okay. I said, my name is Timothy Thompson. I live at 2142 East Valley Trail. I have hearing issues, so I might, I'm not even speak so well as I want. I'm a public speaker. I've been a resident this 67 years, almost 7 years next month. I've been to JPT many times. Stayed at Oak Timbers. For the many activities at Kruger Lake. And, I just want to say something real quick that might not even pertain to this. That the Big Oaks National Wildlife Refuge. It's 50,000 acres, takes up 3 counties, Jefferson, Jennings, and Ripley. I mean, people don't realize it, but it's designated globally and important bird area. There's endangered birds, and there's endangered Indian bats, American various eagles, and American kestrels, and the state endangered crawfish for all. And there's wetlands and grasslands out there. I'm really concerned about nature and how this data center is going to affect nature and the amount of water they're going to use. There's 5 or 6 creeks that run through around. You got the Scottsbluff River. I mean, I'm really concerned about nature and what's going to happen there. And it really bothers me. And because I've been out there many times and I love it. And I think the data center will have a detrimental effect on that. And I'm going to switch to another topic. I think a lot of this here is about greed, transparency. And, just how much money family needs, and how much, and how transparent can we be? This started in February, we're in May. This has been pushed so fast. Why? I'm not thinking, let's have a more time. Let's examine the topics, the issues, let's be more informed. Please, I mean, we got, you need to be concerned about your constituents and how they feel. And you should give them time to make informed decisions. And we need to consider this issue a lot better than what we're doing. And I think that, I don't know what happened, referendums, people used to have a referendum. I'd love for this to be on a referendum, and then the people help decide this.
You're talking about there.
No, thank you.
After will be Brett Clark. Beverly Hardy, are you here? We'll move on to Brett Clark, and then after that will be Jessa or.
Brett or 8882 North Oliver Lane. They say, why is this so fast? That's what these mega data centers do. Regular data centers operate phones. Megas go beyond that, more installations, stuff like that, which we don't necessarily need. I had it new, printed out, internet doesn't work here, so I lost that. I had asked AI multiple questions on data centers, they're the worst in. China has a lot larger population than us, yet they have a lot fewer data centers. Data centers come in, offering a lot of good, because we don't have legislation and protections against that. That's why we need more, however you say that word, in order to get the research on this. We don't have the fire equipment to handle fires out there. You're talking about 7.1 million square foot, surrounded with diesel generators, which they may not even be able to get diesel. Right, that's 55,000 acres of unexploded ordnance. Now, if it takes 3 to 4 fire departments, which is what AI said it took to put a golf cart fire out downtown, how is our fire department, which we don't even pay, we only have a volunteer fire department, how are they going to deal with a data center fire? So we don't have the infrastructure. We can't even count on our electricity around here or our internet the way it is. Here we are at Jefferson County Fairgrounds, and we have no internet. I've never had internet here,
And if you come down 421, we don't have everything. Now, the data center is gonna say, well, you will, if we move in, we'll make sure that. They have to get a chart of that. Then there's all the environmental issues. Like the last man just said, Pagos has a lot of endangered species, they're looking to close that. Federal government wants to close that, I was at Pagos meeting a few days ago. If they close that, and they aren't doing those controlled burns, we could be the next California on fire. Because California, and all these out of control fires are due to controlled burn suppression. So if Pagos goes out, they don't do those, then we've got a 7.1 billion square foot gas center surrounded with diesel generators, and may or may not be able to get diesel for. Next to unexploded ordnance, 85,000 acres worth. Our fire department can't handle that. If it takes 3 to 4 to put out a golf cart downtown, it's gonna take a lot more than volunteers, because they gotta drop the kids off, run to the department, get suited up, get in the equipment, they don't have the bucket trucks, reach heights of 52-foot tall data centers. They don't.
And then Sue Crockett.
Hello, I'm Jesse Ernst. 9021 Shorty Ridge Road, that's Madison. I first found out about the data center, about 7 weeks ago. I've been to, 3 council meetings and 1 commissioners meeting. And didn't know hardly anything about it, showed up expecting to see officials that would be doing their due diligence and digging deep, trying to find good information and really taking to heart what their constituents are voicing as their concerns. And it's not what I found. I found a lot of plain dumb, a lot of excuses. And this fellow, Greg Sanders, who spoke earlier, actually stood up and gave a speech at the first meeting about how the Fords have always done right by this county and we should just trust them. Now, I have no beef with the Fords. I assume they're good people. I don't know them, but that's seriously where we're at. We should just trust them with this project. And that's what those are the kind of answers we got the whole time. In the commissioners meeting, I finally felt like I had absorbed enough information to kind of speak up a little bit and ask some questions. And I asked about the permit and why it seems like everybody in the community has just found out about this with, a couple months ago. And they said, well, it's been there for 2 years. It's just been on the website. And if you did a permit for a pole barn, we wouldn't put that out there to the community. And also we would, we don't have a right to tell you can't build a pole barn, and you don't have a right to tell Dayton Ford you can't build a 3rd largest data center in the world. And frankly, if you can't see the difference there's a problem. So anyway, the closed loop thing, everybody's talking this to death, the closed loop thing, we were told by one of the commissioners, Dave Bramer, that it uses no water at all. He stood up at a council meeting and said that. That's not true. Even a closed loop system is gonna use water in the closed loop system. It's not just the chemicals in there, it's the water as well. But that's the small issue. The power usage, if it's cooled by fans or refrigeration, is a major issue. But the always goes back to just talk to the boards, just call Danny. Why are we expected to take as a complete answer from the people that stand to make the most off of this deal, the individuals who stand to make the most off of this deal? When are our representatives gonna say, put the brakes on, again? That's what everybody's saying. I know, Josh Klein, I think he's a great guy. But he made a bad decision, so reverse it.
That is your card.
Sue Crockett here. Next will be Sue Goyer.
Hi, my name is Sue Crockett. I'm 1217 West Main downtown. I just want to say most of what I have to say has probably already been said. My concerns about it being so huge and the electricity and water that it will take. The closed loop system is not really closed. It will require a lot of water all the time. I do know, I feel bad for you guys because I know you're not responsible for the data center. You're just here to vote for one thing, to say yes or no to the appeal of the zoning. But I do want to say that I think that it doesn't qualify as a warehouse. There's nothing like this. We have nothing to compare this to as far as the infrastructure and the amount of water and electricity and noise and lights and the detriment to the wildlife out there. So I just wish that you guys would consider tabling it. You know, don't say no to the appeal at this time until we get more information about what the data center really will be and won't be. And, you know, I am concerned that the boards who are supposedly building this data center, you know, right now I know they're saying that they will give $60 million in taxes to the county or the county and city, but you know, do we have a guarantee on that? And, you know, what if they sell it to some other big corporation and they decide, you know, they're not going to give the county a bunch of money, $60 million, they're probably in it to make money. You know, why would they want to give the county $60 million? So I just wish in good conscience that you guys would really consider trying to table this in some way, which might be the, you know, uphold the appeal at this time. So that we can get more than, you know, 1 month study by Josh Klein, you know, to approve all this. And I guess that's all I have to say. Good luck, guys.
Sue Goyer. Then next will be Abigail Simpson.
Hey, I'm Sue Geyer, 4402 West 10 Cent Road, Hanover. Most of the points I was gonna make have already been really well covered by other speakers before me. But you want community support. I don't think we have enough information to support this. You know, we just heard about this. We want transparency. We want details. We want financial disclosures on how much revenue is expected, what tax abatements might be out there, what subsidies are out there, and what the cash flow would be. When does the money come in? What's it likely to be sent for? And what the time frame we're looking at. You know, we also want guarantees. We want guarantees that our water will be affected, that our utility rates aren't going to go sky high. And nobody's given us any of that information. And I'll keep this really brief because the other point I have is the secrecy. So we don't know who's building this data center, but I think it's safe to assume it's one of the big data companies, you know, Google, Meta, somebody like that. I've never seen these companies act in a way that makes me believe, even for an instance, that they will put the needs of our community above what is our.
Next will be Abigail Simpson and then Zach Olski.
If you don't mind, when you're on deck, would you please stand up at the top so we're on top and down here, so we can keep this going, because as we say, at the beginning of this, after the break, we still are just a little under half done. So if you hear your name called, please come up here and wait to speak next.
I want to thank all of you guys for coming out and flexing your person.
I need a name and address.
My name is Abigail Simpson. My address is 415 North 900 West Lexington. Thank you guys for coming out to exercise your First Amendment right to speech. Thank you guys for listening. I can address who I'd like to address. Thank you.
No, you can't. You have to address the board.
Okay, well, thank you guys for clarifying that so kindly. I would like to say that I do not actually support data centers at all in the slightest. However, I do see the need for them with our current capitalistic society. What we also need to watch out for is this is going to be a high intensity data center. They're talking about the 3rd largest in the world. This is huge and it's going to impact our community. I am a lifelong resident of Jefferson County, except for I did move out for a couple of years when I graduated high school. And I have seen how corporations come in and ruin towns. They do not care about you. They do not care about accountability, clearly. Where no one's taking accountability currently, they will not later after this. When something happens to our community's water sources or our people here, your children are going to suffer, you are going to suffer. And this amendment really needs to be looked at with the idea that this is not an I2 warehouse. This is high intensity, this is a large scale, and this will cause dramatic problems in our environment and with our people. And it should be dangerous that any company is going to give us $60 million of revenue, they're buying our town. That increase of income is also an increase in corruption, and we're not getting an increase in transparency, so that should scare every single person. Whatever company wants to come in to do whatever, that should raise your alarm. That feeling you have in your stomach is real, it's your intuition, and you should listen to it, and I hope you guys do as well. Thank you for reading the paperwork, thank you for listening to us. This is high intensity, this is not an IT warehouse. Please act responsibly as you hold our future in your hands.
Yeah.
I'm Zach Olski. I live on 2545 French Drive in Madison. I've been a lifelong Madison resident. I'm a union electrician and I also do some consulting work for companies looking to utilize agentic AI. So I work on both sides of the coin, the hardware and the online side. So I will say that this data center will most likely use and consume more power than what they're proposing in scope. It will also probably use more water than what's projected in scope, and it will probably provide less than half the jobs that are in the scope. There will probably be 300 jobs to erect and build the data center, just like the one in Meta, the one in Simpsonville, Virginia. But after that, it'll probably employ maybe a third of that, and those traveling here to build it will not be from you. It will be travelers probably from another union local or the 369 and the Indy local. So those are one of or 3 good reasons not to move forward with this. And also the secrecy is another huge red flag. You can honestly tell the Ford family has been publicity training all of this. It's evident, and I don't see how we can let people from Wall Street and these tech companies come in here and set up shop and try to take over the town. So that's all I have to say.
We'll go back, we'll go to Jalel, here, I'm saying that correctly. Is John Paul here? Is Jalel here? Then we'll go to Josh Lewis. And then after Josh Lewis will be Colleen Barlow. Rocker.
My name is Josh Lewis. I live at 6012 North JPG Housing Drive, the one with the green ground. I lived there about 4 years. I have 6 kids. 5 boys, 1 girl, big family. We love the place. And back in the fall, we started seeing land surveyors come in, start surveying the land, we start asking questions. And we were told that we've got nothing to worry about. Okay? Months leading up, still asked, how's things going? That's great, you're doing something with your land, that's great. Up to the month prior to receiving a vacate order, which was, I asked, is there gonna be a problem with my residents, me living here? No, you will have no problem. 1 week later, 3 weeks prior to getting a paper, a letter that we had to sign for, saying you need to get out for a month. I then contacted Miss Ford. Did we do something wrong? Is there something that we can talk about here? Is there something what happened? And I have text message showing, no, you've done nothing wrong. We just want to use the property for something else. Now, I've been told that this is the reason for me having to leave with my 6 kids and potentially having to leave the town that I grew up in. Because finding a place big enough for my family is not easy. Especially with only 1 month's notice. I can't live in a 3-bedroom house. I have to live in a larger home. Now, I work as hard as I can, take care of my family. My wife works, but we have 2 small children. We can't afford daycare. She works 1 day a week on the proving grounds. My concern, and I want you to hear, is because this entire thing was completely secret. We had no idea what was going on. Nobody told us anything. We would have been perfectly okay with having to move if we were given more notice. That would give us more time to find something instead of having to consider relocating to maybe Louisville. An hour away, have to uproot my entire family. I have children in the high schools. I have a son that's gonna be a senior in the fall. He has opportunities that have opened up to him in this town that he will completely lose if we have to move. I am fighting tooth and nail to make that not happen. I'm looking everywhere I possibly can. If I have to drive him to this town so he can still have the opportunities to maybe further his education, then I'm gonna do so. That's what I know.
Pauline here. If not, we'll move on to Wanda Levy's. And then after Wanda will be Anthony Best. No Wanda, we'll move on to Anthony Best.
Hello, my name is Anthony Best and I live at 1913 Schrader Street. My name is Anthony Best and I live on 1915 Schrader Street. My intention is not to alarm when I say that the rezoning parts of the Jefferson Proving Grounds will have detrimental effects to the current and future peoples of Jefferson County. While the purpose of the rezoning may be advertised as multiple, the largest, as we all know, and those in red shirts as well as myself are adamantly against, is that of building a data center. One that is reported to be the 3rd largest in the world. While data centers do have multiple purposes, the primary one as of 2026 is the powering and storage of computer systems and servers that power artificial intelligence. While data centers may initially supply employment opportunities with their construction, they very quickly become primarily self-run with electronic systems. Communicating with one another and requiring little human input of construction, often resulting in mass layoffs and unemployment. This makes the near only benefit of a data center temporary and fleeting. unlike the introduction of a proper factory. What are the negatives formed by data centers? According to the Environmental and Energy Study Institute, the average data center uses around 301,000 gallons of water a day, versus the 16,000 gallons of water you or I will consume in our entire lifetimes. That's over 18 times the consumption in one day versus a span of nearly 80 years. The water needed to cool the systems within a data center will promote water available to surrounding residents, oftentimes decreasing water pressure and availability to a point that it becomes difficult to even fill the glass of water drinkable, a necessity of every person within this county. Despite residing on a private piece of property, this affects everyone within Jefferson County. When something is built on private property, that affects everyone around it, including those that did not agree to its construction, it is no longer a private issue. Moving away from water usage, the placement of this data center within the proving grounds is mere miles from the Big Oaks National Wildlife Refuge. Even if the data center is not on the Big Oaks National Wildlife Refuge, its effects will radiate out. Imagine the simple heat your cell phone produces after a full day of use. Now imagine the heat a 7.1 million square foot data center will produce.
Okay, we're moving on to the next phase, and that's the people that have dedicated their time to someone else to speak. But the people that dedicated their time has to be here with the person at that time. So if you got dedicated, two people dedicated their time to you and one of them left, you only get your time plus the three. So we're gonna move on to that section of people.
We'll hear from Daniel Ford, and he is speaking for Wyatt Poinson and George Painfield. So we would need all three of those to come up to the podium.
Daniel, are you wanting to speak now or?
Yeah, sir.
Okay, we'll move on.
So now Elijah Chandler, and then we'll be speaking for Kathy Hadley.
She left.
So then there's somebody.
Apparently there's something more important than democracy.
Just to be clear, you get 3 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay.
My name is Elijah Chandler. I live at 302 Jefferson Street, long time listener, first time caller. This has been a night of pivots for me. I first came here, I was hoping to get some questions answered. Then you said that's not gonna happen. And then I thought, well, I'll make some points about water usage or power usage, but you said don't repeat, so I couldn't do that. And then I thought, well, I know what I'll do. I will write down the definition of warehouse, and I'll bring that up. Someone did that. I swear to God, I almost compared myself to Cindy Crawford. And thinking about that. But there was one thing I know better than anyone else in this room, and I say that with no humorous or humility. I know warehouses. I've got a 25-year career in supply chain. I have opened warehouses in Oregon, Wyoming, Milton, Ontario, Rome, Georgia, and one of the most advanced non-robotic warehouses in the country, just outside of Nashville, Tennessee. And I spent the majority of that career in North Vernon, Indiana, at a site that has 2 buildings on it. And when we combine the 2 buildings, there's about
1.4 million square feet of warehouse space. Here's what I mean. They didn't need special dispensation to get high voltage power lines in there. It's not gonna take 10 million gallons of water to fill up a cooling system, because there is no cooling system. Those things are hot. I also know that at its height, that place employed 850 people. We made it a lot more efficient, and so now it averages about 600. If you multiply that number by 6.5, you get a few thousand people working there. This place will not employ 300 people. They're data centers. Data. You don't have to move it, you have to install a rack and then walk away and hope no one touches it. The other thing I know is that warehouses don't generate so much heat that cities like New York are asking people to put data centers at the top of skyscrapers to heat the skyscrapers. I'll close quickly by saying I love my community, love everyone in this room. I wish you had the sense to put your phones in silent mode. I just want to say that the other thing you do every single time you open a warehouse, the moment, the second you decide where you're gonna put that thing, you know what you do? You start putting your company name on every single window in every single thing. And that's all. Thanks.
And Barry Huff will be, she will be speaking for Barry Huff as well. No, that's. She's coming. After Anna will be Savannah Augustine.
6 minutes, right? All right, my name's Meg Huff, 2970 South County Road 750 East Seymour, Indiana. Thank you to everyone in this room today. Voicing our concerns in a gathering of our friends, family, and neighbors is one of the fundamental ways we can create change and instill hope. My family and I have owned land in Deputy, Indiana for over 5 generations. Our farm stresses the importance and preservation of our local ecosystems. Our farm has created an environment supporting the local animals, bugs, fungi, trees, plants, and so much more. The JPG project is stating they will use a closed-loop cooling system to cool their buildings. While this method is alleged to reduce water consumption by up to 70% compared to evaporative cooling systems, the trade-off is more power usage. Let me ask everyone here today if they've ever seen a social media post from their local power company in the hottest and coldest days of the year asking for less power usage to not overwhelm the power grid. Now, do you really think in the hottest and coldest days of the year, this data center will limit their usage just like you will be asked to do? This data center will supposedly build all the necessary infrastructure in order to support their power needs and claims to actually benefit the community with necessary infrastructure improvements. Now, how many times in your life have you heard a business CEO or Wall Street claim that they will do one thing, but actually spit in your face and do something else? Beware of what big corporations promise and fail to stand on once a cheaper alternative emerges. Can this data center promise to not raise electricity rates in Jefferson County and all surrounding counties? Can they promise the necessary infrastructure will actually deliver on their power needs? Can they promise they will not strain and hurt the residents? The Ford family has stated they will utilize a closed-loop cooling system with water usage being lower than other data centers. What will be the monthly, daily, and yearly water usage be? Where will they get this water? What will happen to the wastewater? Will our precious water that was once pure and now filled with toxic sludge and heavy metals be dumped in our local waterways? Or will it be dumped in an unsuspecting neighborhood or local waterway secretly? Data centers generate an enormous amount of heat and noise pollution. Our folks here today are aware that data centers heat their surrounding lands by an average of 4 degrees
with some cities seeing upwards of 16 degrees. Will our cooling system actually impact cooler systems, or will excessive heat leach into our local areas? We must ask ourselves why all these data centers are popping up all over the country. What will this data center do? Who will this benefit? Who will it employ? Why does there need to be 24/7 security? Why is this company wanting this not been made public? Will we see our local representatives stand up for what a majority of the Jefferson County residents oppose and approve of? Who was paid under the table? What impact will this have on emergency response teams? Are there contingency plans for every accident or disaster this data center might see? The Ford family stating nobody will see it, the nearest neighbor is 3,000 feet away, is a disservice to the animals, bugs, and critters that live on or near it. I ask each and every one of you here today, what will your legacy be? Did you stand up for the voiceless? Did you leave the sacred ground that you were inherited with in better conditions? Will your children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren in 50 or 100 years' time be proud that you approved an ecologically destructive project? What incentives did the local government of Jefferson County personally receive at the expense of we the people, the taxpayers? There is a prophecy. When all the trees have been cut down, when all the animals have been hunted, when all the waters are polluted, when all the air is unsafe to breathe, only then will you realize you cannot keep money. It is also an honorable mention to dig into the history of the Ford family, a millionaire family that bought JPG's 3,400 acres for $5.1 million. They also own a lot of local real estate, warehouses, and land. They have also received millions of dollars in government farm subsidies over the last 20 years. They sold 34 acres of land for $1.4 billion to the state of Indiana for a highway garage. In a couple of Madison Courier articles I found, Dean Ford said, but the way to make money on a deal is to figure out how you are going to get back your investment, plus a little profit, and then get out quickly. Well, those were his own words. Then he Ford said, quote, Dean and I both believe it was just meant to be. And that we are just stewards of the land while we are here on this earth. Really. I also would like to say, our farm sees light pollution from the new Meta data center 30 miles south. Okay? Be careful of what you vote and wish for. Data centers will destroy far more jobs than they will create, and they might just take your job. NDAs are used for secrecy, and if they are all completely honest, then make it all public.
Savannah Augustin speaking for Troy Sommer and Gail Crowley.
I think they left, so I'll just speak for myself.
Okay, thank you. Hello. My name is Savannah Augustine, and I live at 5020 North US 421, Madison, Indiana. Actually, I look at the Welcome to Madison sign every day, and I love Madison. Anyway, there were a lot of points made about why this specific designation or this should not be used or specified as a heavy industrial. I think Mr. Ford's lawyer said it best. It's just not comparable, or it's just not the same. Another key point that I'd like to make is it's not necessarily inspiring confidence of all the secrecy, and it's also not a good sign when a member of the Ford family openly threatens the board to go to the state rather than waiting if this is reversed or if it's modified with conditions as they could do. Such is not a good sign, and that is just doesn't build trust within the community. I'm, like the rest of us, I'm overwhelmed and underwhelmed by the evidence of this proposal. There's a lot of information out there, but we don't know what's true because no one's come forward to publicly talk about what the plans are. It's been shrouded by secrecy, and I think transparency is important in these decisions. But the matter at hand is that I think the decision to zone this as heavy industrial will be a mistake, and that would open the door to other data centers seeking that same designation for zoning. So that's why I suggest that we should at least, at a minimum, modify the decision and put conditions with it. Thank you.
And speaking for Donna or.
Hello, my name is Ava Armstrong. I live at 3373 West Thornton Road Drive. I am 19 years old. I spent the first years of my life living in the Proving Ground. I currently live less than 2 miles from the Jefferson Proving Ground, the same land my grandpa and Ford purchased, and that my family has worked for decades to turn into something that could benefit this town. I'm going to tell you why Josh Klein's decision should be upheld, but first, I need to bring something very important to light. I am not a lawyer. I am not a zoning expert. I am a young woman who is afraid to go to the grocery store right now because of what people in this community have said that they want to do to my family. And I think this board needs to hear that out loud. I want to read you some of the things that have been posted publicly on Facebook about this project, about my family. These are real posts with real names attached from people who may be in this room tonight. Mike Stucker said, burning it to the ground and holding public executions. Tim Ness said, if they build it, burn it down. Mary Lynn Hunt, they should be tarred and feathered and run out of town.
Is this on topic?
Thoughtful Ostrich 4727 said, Mike, it's time to fire off some warning rounds. I heard they backed down.
Hold on, now. A lot of things been off topic tonight.
Okay.
No, just because you don't want to hear what she's having to say, there's been the opposite of that.
Exactly.
So we're gonna be fair to both sides. If you wanted me to shut it down, we're only supposed to be talking about Josh's decision, nothing about all the other things that's been talked about, but we're giving leeway so we can get the whole story out.
You mean environmental?
I'm talking about,
Environmental?
I'm not talking, sir,
We can.
I'm not addressing the audience. So we're going to listen to what she has to say. Just like we've listened to every single person that spoke. We have not shut anybody down. Everybody has been respectful of speakers, and we're gonna keep doing it that way.
Not environmental.
Sir, this is your warning. The next time you'll be asked to leave.
Thank you, Mr. Ferguson. Caitlin Savannah said, Daniel Ford, if I were you, I would be very afraid and in hiding. Jeremy Jones said, that Ford guy needs to be thrown into the river. Seth Johns, in reference to the 13 shots fired at an Indianapolis councilman's home, said, someone should inform them of what happened to an Indy councilman that was attempting to get a data center. Keep screwing around and find out. We do not want this in our community. Keep playing stupid games, you're gonna win stupid prizes. Then I will be laughing the entire time. These are not the words of people with legitimate concerns about zoning law. These are threats. And they have been directed at my grandpa, my uncle, my aunt, my mom, and by extension, at me. As a student, I can tell you without any hesitation, if a student posted even one of these comments about another student or a teacher, they would be expelled. There would be a police report, there would be consequences. But because this is a Facebook group about zoning dispute, apparently it's all fine. Apparently my family is supposed to absorb death threats and arson threats and calls for public execution
and still show up here tonight and smile and be professional. We are showing up, we are being professional, but I'm not going to pretend I'm not scared because I am. And this intimidation online is what has limited people to speaking up. They have been bullied. My family has done nothing wrong. My grandfather bought the land that was already zoned industrial. My family did their homework. They answered every phone call, asked for no special favors, and put their name on everything. They even sat and talked openly to the Madison Courier. They did all of this to try to keep the revenue in Jefferson County. And in return, people have threatened to throw them in the river and burn down what they build. The lies and accusations about my grandpa are completely false and vicious. That is not opposition. That is intimidation. And this board should not reward it. We also wish Toyota would come here. My grandpa offered Honda 700 acres for free, but they went to Greensburg instead because they wanted to be closer to the interstate. We have tried to get auto jobs, but it is just impossible. This data center is our best shot. Administrator Klein applied the law. He followed the UDO process. He examined this use against every required criterion: intensity, character, accessory uses, and intent. And he documented every finding. His conclusion that a data center belongs in the I-2 district at JPG is consistent with the zoning, consistent with the comprehensive plan, and consistent with common sense. This board's job tonight is straightforward. Was the administrator's decision procedurally correct and reasonably supported? The answer is yes, on both accounts. Please confirm Administrator Klein's decision. Deny this appeal. Keep the revenue, keep the authority, and keep this opportunity in Jefferson County where it belongs, where we need it, and where people like me have spent our whole lives. Thank you.
Next will be Robert Botternorth, speaking for Jody Shelley, and then after that will be Rebecca Schaefer.
My name is Robert Bauer. I'm an attorney. I practice out of Clark County, Indiana. And I am here on behalf of my client Jody Shelley, who resides at 1609 West, 500 North, Madison, Indiana. And I'd like to maybe, just to get started, show a little bit about where that is. And that location, if I might approach, is right here.
Right there.
Yes, on West 500 North Road. And just about a quarter mile to the entrance of where people will drive in to the new data center. I think as the crow flies, about 1 mile. Yeah, that's fine. I think you guys have a copy of that anyway. So what, I want to, before I get going any further though, I'd like to just kind of talk a little bit about something that I think I've heard a lot of tonight, and that is something we're all going to be celebrating in about a month and a half, which is a 250-year anniversary of the Declaration of Independence. And I know that might not seem relevant, but I think based on what I've heard, it kind of is. Because what I've heard a lot of tonight is about the same spirit of what the people talked about 250 years ago, which is the idea of taxation without representation. And so what happens, and I think a lot of times people see that decisions get made and they don't have their voice in the process. And I believe that that's what some of the frustration's been here. And I know that's difficult, but nothing about what any of Mr. Klein did or what the board's done or anybody's done. But what I will say is when you have an administrator who's not an elected official making a decision, a single person making a decision about something that obviously is a concern, and not just a concern for this community, but concern for communities throughout the state and even the country. And you have one person making a decision about whether or not that should be allowed. I think therein lies the problem, and that's the connection between taxation without representation. I ask you all to focus back then again on what you can and can't do tonight. You were told, I think, earlier that in essence, you can't make a decision to uphold the appeal. But I'm here to tell you that the board has pure discretion to decide that question of whether or not we're going to allow one person to make the decision on how we proceed with this important topic, or you could decide not to say no to a data center. You're not saying no if you vote to uphold the appeal. What your decision would be then is only to open the process up for the voices that you've heard tonight, to get more information about whether this is the right thing for our community. And on behalf of Jody Shelley and her family, I would ask the board to vote in favor of the appeal and ask you to allow that process to continue. Thank you very much for your time.
He will be speaking for Kenny Stewart and Alex Schaefer. And then after that will be Tammy Hancock.
Serious?
Rebecca, I'll send you a print on.
Oh.
So much for my board. Rebecca Schaefer, 867 South State Road 62, now Indiana. Members of the board, thank you for the opportunity to speak. This discussion is not about whether technology is good or bad, whether economic development is important, or whether data centers should exist. This discussion is about whether this proposed use has been properly classified under the standards that already exist in our ordinance, and whether the required criteria have actually been applied. Land use decisions matter because things shape a community for decades. Indiana planning and zoning laws exist to protect the health, safety, and welfare of citizens, and Jefferson County's own adopted comprehensive plan reinforces this principle. The comprehensive plan specifically states that the future land use plan serves as the community's guide for rezoning, map amendments, special exceptions, variances, and other land use decisions. The plan further states that Jefferson County should balance and guide growth and redevelopment in Jefferson County to protect the health, safety, and welfare of the community. This means development should not simply be approved because it is large or promises investment. It should be evaluated based on whether it is compatible with the community's adopted goals and whether the ordinance standards have been satisfied. Within that framework, the ordinance before you establishes specific criteria for evaluating unlisted land uses. Those criteria require an analysis of intensity, character, accessory uses, and structures and intent. The ordinance does not allow classifications based on appearance or general assumptions. It requires a substantive comparison of actual use and impact. When those standards are applied carefully, the evidence does not support the finding that a large-scale data center is substantially similar to any of the currently permitted uses. First, intensity. The ordinance directs us to consider the amount and type of activity occurring at the site. A warehouse stores and moves goods. Manufacturing transforms materials into products. Research and development facilities conduct experimentation and innovation activities. Trucking terminals focus on transportation operations. Waste and recycling facilities process materials. A large-scale data center performs none of those functions.
Instead, it operates as a continuous digital infrastructure campus supported by extensive electrical and mechanical systems. It may include substations, backup generator systems, cooling systems, battery systems, fuel systems, security infrastructure, and utility support facilities. Its operational profile differs significantly from the listed uses. The question under the ordinance is not whether there are large buildings. The question is whether the nature of the activity itself is substantially similar. Second, character. Character involves the physical and operational nature of the use. A data center does not function like a warehouse simply because the building may appear rectangular. Similar appearance does not establish similar land use. The true character of a data center is defined by the operational purposes and supporting infrastructure. Likewise, it is not heavy manufacturing because it does not engage in industrial production processes. It is not light manufacturing because there is no production activity. It is not research and development because its primary function is not experimentation. It is not a trucking terminal because its primary purpose is not transportation. When we examine the actual operational character rather than simply the exterior structure, it becomes difficult to conclude that the proposed use fits neatly into an existing category. Third, accessory uses and structures. The ordinance specifically requires us to examine accessory facilities associated with the use. Warehouses typically include loading docks and trailer areas. Manufacturing facilities include production equipment and material storage. Research facilities include laboratories and office space. Data centers instead require extensive utility infrastructure, substation, generator yard, cooling systems, fuel systems, battery systems, and security systems. These are not minor differences. Accessory structures reveal the true function of a site. The accessory uses supporting a data center are unique and do not closely mirror the accessory uses associated with the listed categories. Finally, the intent and consistency with a comprehensive plan. A comprehensive plan requires the land use decisions ensure compatibility with community character, infrastructure capacity, and long-term public welfare. It emphasizes that growth must be managed responsibly so that infrastructure, particularly utilities, transportation, and emergency services, can adequately support development over time. A facility of this scale directly implicates those planning considerations. This is not a routine industrial use. It is a utility-intensive, hyperscale operation with significant long-term infrastructure demands that must be evaluated under the ordinance criteria. Importantly, the fact that the property is located in a heavy industrial district does not end the analysis. The question is not whether industrial development is generally permitted. The question is whether this specific unlisted use has been properly classified under the ordinance using the required analytical framework and supported by substantial evidence. The ordinance requires more than broad assertions that large buildings are similar or the industrial uses are interchangeable. It requires meaningful evidence-based comparison of actual function, intensity, structure, and impact. Where a use has operational characteristics that differ materially from listed uses, the impacts that were not contemplated, when those categories were established. Placing it into an existing category effectively bypasses the land use review process the ordinance is designed to require. The comprehensive plan is not a formality. The community's adopted framework for guiding development and ensuring the land use decisions reflect long-term plan goals. If a proposed use does not fully fit within the established categories of the ordinance and does not align with the intent of the comprehensive plan, then forcing a fit where none exists effectively creates a new land use category without legislative review. That determination should not be made through reinterpretation. If a use is truly unique, it should be evaluated as a unique use. The issue here is not whether a data center should exist somewhere. The issue is whether it has been demonstrated to meet the standards required by the ordinance. Based on intensity, character, accessory use and structures, and intent, there has not been sufficient evidence that a hyperscale data center is substantially similar to any listed permitted use. Accordingly, I respectfully ask this board to apply the ordinance as written. Recognize that the proposed use has not been shown to fit within existing permitted categories and require the applicant to pursue the appropriate approval process rather than expanding an existing category beyond its intended scope. I just have an extra little note that I would like to just, excuse me, I'm not a public speaker as I'm reading. I would just like to briefly
address, part of the application, would like it to be on record. That the application on the PC Form 1, H1, the total parcel area for the project is listed as plus or minus 1,800 acres. However, on the attachment to the PC form, property identification information provides a list of parcel IDs and the acreage is listed on it. I took the liberty of going on the GIS and making sure all those were properly correct. Those parcels add up to plus or minus 2,880 acres. That's 1,000 acre discrepancy on the application. So my question is, what part is misrepresented on the application? Is it the 549 acres of the development plan area, or is it the 1,331 acres of the undisturbed area? I have copies if you'd like to read them out. Thank you for your time, consent.
Tammy Hagmeyer. Next to speak will be Tammy Hagmeyer.
This is and then this is where it's at.
Next to speak will be Tammy Hagmeyer. She'll be speaking for Beverly Harvey and for Chris Lannister.
Yes.
Beverly isn't here. She asked me to leave this, so I'm just gonna turn it into you guys. She runs at 6789 South 850 West, Lexington, Indiana. So I'll just bypass reading. Thank you.
So Chris, here.
Is Chris in here?
Well, that's my husband, and I don't care what he says. I don't think very much, but his comments were very similar to everyone else's. So I'm just gonna go with a couple of things that haven't been talked about this evening and then covered the 4 points. I wanted to thank you guys, and I'm so sorry, 2 of you on the board are very dear to my heart. You aren't elected, volunteer, and that's part of the problem tonight that I've seen. It's not fair at all to you guys. Our elected officials have not done a very good job. That's evidenced by the fact that citizens here are complaining about transparency. You guys don't have anything to do with that, not your fault. You're doing the best you can, letting people speak their minds, so I really appreciate that. I tried to look for the application, the appeal, anything I could find online, wasn't there. Again, that falls to our elected officials, not you guys. I was disappointed to find a letter when I finally got information dated January 9th of 26, that Josh had signed in the preliminary situation, thinking that, yeah, he kind of thought it might fit the criteria. And the kind of thought might is important. He didn't make a commitment at that point, but it's been going on since January 9th, guys. Not your fault, but nothing was said to the public. And that's why everybody's so upset. I mean, more than 75% of the comments have been, where's the transparency? Why didn't you get to ask questions? Well, you didn't get to ask questions because elected officials didn't do their job. Our commissioners dropped the ball. Our county council made a commitment to have a meeting, then they changed the meeting, then they took false information from the county council person. And I'm sorry, you guys are on the hook tonight and under a lot of pressure to make a decision. And everybody seems to think you can make a decision about the stuff that you can't. As far as I understand, you have 4 criteria. Intensity, that means noxious odors, diesel backup, things like that. 24/7 facility. Is it retail? Is it business? Is it agriculture? I don't know. It pretty much seems to be, to me, and I do not like this, an industry. It's not a Walmart store. A lady stood up earlier and said, she compared it to a Toyota factory somewhere in Kentucky that was similar in size. Again, heavy industry. So you take the second one, and that's appearance. There's nothing in the plan, because I've seen the plan that has any curb appeal. There's a big old set of block buildings that is not attractive, it's not retail, it's not business. You know, yeah, it's gonna store something, it's gonna store data. That's not toothbrushes and plungers, but it's storing data. Again, we're kind of stuck here. Appearance isn't a farm. It's not a farm, it's not retail, it's not residential. You're stuck. On accessory buildings, it's going to have, from the application that I saw, a power substation, security gates, equipment buildings, some general storage. Again,
not residential, is that my time? I'm sorry, guys. I will, can I finish with one thing? You're in trouble. You're just in trouble. There's no way, we're gonna end up in a lawsuit. You're gonna have to vote on what the criteria are.
Thanks, Sarah.
The first speaker will be Teresa Bray Vaughn, and then the next one will be Wilma Marcox.
Hi, I'm Teresa Bray Vaughn. Can you hear me?
Turn it on.
Do I have to turn it on? There, how's that work?
No.
There? What am I doing wrong?
It should be on the switch, push it up.
Okay, I'm just not close enough now, you can hear me? Okay, now it's the one right close. Hold it closer to your mouth. Okay, I'm Teresa Bray Vaughn. I'm a retired educator and I've been just about a mile, maybe 2 miles due north of the Big Oaks Lake. Big Timbers Lake, Big Timbers Lake. And I've lost most of what I was going to say. This is, I'm just as addicted to my technology as the next guy, but you know what? It already works. It's already all the stuff to make this work and do what I needed to do. It's already there, folks. We don't really need all these ginormous data centers. They're coming up with the AI to put us all out of jobs, or put most of us out of jobs. I'm lucky because I'm already retired, but my grandchildren aren't that lucky. And I'm not a multimillionaire to be able to take care of them without them being able to have jobs. Okay, one of my biggest concerns is the environment. When the proving ground is closed down, they did a big environmental study. I've got copies of it at home. I didn't bring it, but I've got pertinent pages, pertinent parts that, there were 40, at the time of that study, 46 species of plants and 66 species of animals that were endangered or threatened. And guess what? Most of those species are still there. And checking with the Department of Natural Resources, ones that are definitely still there, plants, and I'll just use common names, because I'm not good at the scientific names. Okay, and northern oppressed bog club moss, we're all excited about those, and climbing moss, fern, thread-like naiad, a small sun drops. Those are plants. So let's get some critters. Okay, some birds. The piping plover, and that's on the federal endangered list. The least tern, also federal. Least bittern, northern harrier, barn owl, the short-eared owl, the golden-winged warbler, Kirtland's warbler, cerulean warbler. Okay, some that are on the state special concern list are sharp-shinned hawk, the broad-winged hawk, the peregrine falcon, worm-eating warbler, black and white warbler, the hooded warbler. There are a lot of fish on there, but not ones that are of the greatest concern to me anyway. The white catspaw, the northern ripple shell, the sheep nose, the fat pockethook. Those are mollusks, by the way. The salamander mussel, the elephant ear, the pockethook, the kidney shell, and some amphibians. And the mud cutting, which I hated as a child, but I don't want it dying before.
Thank you, ma'am.
Is Wilma here to speak? We'll move on to Jeremy Johnson, and then after Jeremy will be Judy Wallum. No Jeremy. No Judy Wallum. We'll move on to Becky Golding. Is Becky here? Then we'll move on to Robert Stratton. After Robert Stratton will be Chris Westland.
Good evening.
I turned it off.
First of all, sorry about talking loudly while ago, so my apologies. And
I need your name and address.
oh, okay, Robert Stratton, got a couple farm in Cross Plains area.
Where you live?
Well, Florida and here. I have a farm that I live at Cross Plains, and then a farm in Rebuttal County also, so two different farms there. And first of all, I'm here for my grandkids, and as far as the board family, I don't care who's selling the ground. I have nothing against them or anyone else. It could be Joe Blow selling it, but I'm concerned about the environmental issues is what I'm concerned about, so I'm sure they're fine people, so. But I want to talk a little bit about the history of data centers across the country. I face the same issue in other states that I have some property. And what they've done, they put on the brakes. They didn't say no completely, but they put on the brakes and slowed things down. And let everybody know what's going on. And so that's what I would like to see here is more transparency, slow down. If you don't do that, I believe you will be in the minority of what's going on in the country now. Okay, these centers were exploding at one time. The public has started to speak up and they're slowed down. Bernie Sanders and AOC, I've never agreed with one thing they've had to say, ever. They just introduced legislation to put on the brakes nationwide. They just introduced that maybe yesterday. They're not saying they want data centers up or whatever, but they're saying slow down, and let's get everything right. Okay, so I like I said, I've never agreed with anything they've had to say, and I'm like, I agree with them on that. So, you know, I'm sure, for instance, like, just took a couple notes here, like Lake Tahoe, I'm sure you've all heard what's going on out there. I'm sure Lake Tahoe residents had a meeting just like this. I'm sure they did, okay? Well, data centers developed there going, they just told 50,000 residents. They have 1 year and their power's gone to their residents. That's scary. That's scary. And as far as closed loop water, power, and all that, you can promise the moon. You can promise what you want, or tax revenue and so forth. You can't guarantee that. You don't know. You don't know if that's gonna happen. You don't know. And I will say that across the country, I'm hearing that a lot of the data centers like this, once people once their property is devalued, once their water's gone and so forth, there will be class action lawsuits. I mean, I'm not here to threaten anyone. I'm just saying that is a fact. There will be class. And I'm concerned about the county, it's Jefferson County, because you talk about all this revenue coming in, but you're not realizing that it could go out pretty quickly and lost. Okay, fine. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, thank you.
Chris Westland. If not, we'll move on to Eric Johnson. And then after Eric Johnson will be Catherine Johnson. None of those here. Then we'll move on to Georgia Nixon. And then after Georgia will be Phil Mann.
Right.
Georgia Nixon, 3830 East County Road, 300 North Vernon, Indiana. Hoosiers are hardworking people. We work so hard. And now, work your fingers to the bone, and what do you get? Bony fingers in a data center that steals all your water and money. I know you have said it's a closed loop system. The AI data center in Fayetteville, Georgia, that was just found to have sucked up more than 30 million gallons of water, also touted itself as a closed loop system. 30 million gallons, you could free Willie of that amount of water. East in Politico, the company which is owned by the private equity firm Blackstone, touts a closed loop cooling system, which it says does not consume water for cooling. That data center was only caught stealing all that water once the surrounding residents complained of low water pressures less than a year later. And all over the country, the reports and stats are rolling in, people's electric bills are more than their mortgage payments due to these data centers. A warehouse, a chemical processing center, et cetera, do not have these effects in the community of water and the energy price of everyone around it. And for me, the energy use and the water use, that's like comparing a nuclear power plant to a Frito-Lay warehouse. And let me leave you with a single question. After the AI bug pops, and it will pop, are you going to let the families and children who are now homeless due to their bills piling up live in your gigantic useless structure? Thank you for your time. Love you all.
That will be Phil Land, and then after Phil will be Justin Chadwick.
That's all.
Yeah.
So, my name is Phil Mann, live at 5149 South County Road 315. As a for sales address, I'm down up near Friendship. I've been employed in the past by the Jefferson Proving Ground. I worked there for 26 years, 11 years after it closed. The site that they're talking about is the old abandoned airport runways that cannot be possibly, in my mind, better place for such a structure. The surrounding area is not built up, and that cannot be out of the question. The Jefferson River Ground had its own water supply down here by the river wells. Gave them to the town of Madison. When we closed. There's 51,000 acres of Big Oaks National Wildlife Refuge that's still on the installation. That's all the structure that I'm talking about is in an area that will not affect the wildlife that they talked about here being endangered species and such were there during the time the proving ground was going on. Certainly there's nothing about the one building that's going to make the noise or the disruption of the Jefferson Proving Grounds artillery test facility. That's probably all I have to say. It's my opinion.
Next up will be Justin Chadwick, and then after him will be Ray Brown.
Hello, my name is Justin Chadwick. I live at 460 South Woodlawn Drive in North Vernon, and I am a candidate for House District 67, and I just wanted to bring my opinion here tonight. Thank you for the time. I think first off to say that it's disingenuous to compare and pull comparisons from a mid-sized data center for something that is built at hyperscale. That's not accurate comparison, so you can't really account for the intensity and then in the ways and the resources and the infrastructure needed for that. In addition to that, mentioning the tax base, how it will widen, that's great until you give it away in tax base. As far as jobs, I am a plumbing contractor. And I know that jobs like this tend to go to out-of-state contractors and not local. So those jobs that are even temporary will not help in the long run. And then ultimately, there will also be the permanent jobs that average usually about 100 to 150 for a data center like that. And last but not least is, I just want to state my concern as a neighboring county, I live in Jennings County, we're going to be affected by this as well. And we're not going to get anything from it, so it's just a large negative, in my opinion, from the surrounding counties getting nothing from it, it being a load of negative issues and not ultimately benefiting Jefferson County in the long run. Thank you for your time.
Right around here. Then we'll go next to Melissa Burkhart. And then after Melissa will be Liz Braun.
Good evening, my name is Melissa Burkhart. I live at 6744 Burkhart Pond Road in Milton, Kentucky. Our family farm is located on the Ohio River directly across from Jefferson County. Madison is our go-to for many essentials like work, groceries, and has been for over 50 years. We love Madison and consider it an extension of our home, because what happens here does affect us across the river. State lines do not negate the ill effects of pollution, which is why I am here tonight. I'm the mother of 2 sons who will eventually take over our family farm, which has been in the Burkhart family for 6 generations. And my story is just one of many in this area. There is no doubt in my mind that a data center of this magnitude will not only negatively impact Jefferson County, but also the counties surrounding it. My concerns are artificial lighting and the strain on the power grid, many of which cross Trimble County. I do a lot of astrophotography, and I'm very familiar with dark skies and their importance on wildlife. When you look at an aerial map of light pollution in our area, the one location where there are truly dark skies is where they are proposing to build this data center. The area to the north is home to many animals and wildlife, and a data center of this scale will obviously have a detrimental impact on them. There's no way around it. Just the construction alone will have devastating effects. My husband inherited our farm from his father, and he's vowed to leave it better than when he received it. Tonight, I appeal to the Ford family to leave their land better than the way they received it. I appeal to you, the Lord of Zodiac and Hills, to truly ponder the long-term negative impact this facility will have on future generations, the wildlife, and our precious resources, and to protect the residents of Jefferson County and those counties surrounding. Once you build this monstrosity, there's no going back and undoing the damage. Please, please, please make the right decision tonight, if not for yourselves, then for future generations. Thank you.
And after Liz will be Mary Nardick Evans.
Hello, Liz Brownlee, I was terrible handwriting here, I'm sorry. Hi, I'm Liz Brownlee, 7740 West County Road, 11 in the South, Brothersville, Indiana, Jennings County though. I grew up on a farm there, I was told to leave the farm, there was no hope there, I needed to get an education, so I came all the way to Hanover College. And I ended up moving back to my home 13 years ago to start a farm, because I believe in rural communities. And what I want to tell you, in case I start blathering, is that because I live in a county that does not have some of the things that you all have worked so hard to create, I can recognize what's special here. And part of what's special is that y'all wanted to grow and you made it happen. I've been home 13 years and I've seen so much. Let me just say that when someone made the point that the comprehensive plan includes bringing in tech, and that's something you all should consider in terms of where the county's headed, they didn't mean hyperscale data centers, they meant small and medium-sized businesses that would create white-collar jobs, that would bring in families, right, and improve local economy. I sell meat and eggs from our farm in Madison. I come here for haircuts and bluegrass music. I think of Madison as part of my home. I worked for a nonprofit based out of Hanover for 6 years, and that lets me see in a way that I think people here cannot, that Jefferson County is something special. that you offer something not just to visitors, but to locals, to retirees, people who moved in, some who become my customers. And they tell me about why they moved here from all across the country. And I'm here for people who moved home to be here, that grew up here. In terms of this UDO, the reason this relates, gentlemen, is that you cannot, you need to admit that a hyperscale data center is not the same thing as a warehouse. And you need to take on the power that you have. I know this is not normal. You would not normally say, hey, county commissioners, we need to have a moratorium. But this is not a normal situation. This is not a warehouse. You've got a whole citizenry that is worried and upset and confused, and they need answers. And the only way to do that is to take a breath and to hear from the people who you're trying so hard to serve. Not just one family, not a bunch of lawyers, but the people who make up this community. I don't really know another way to say that, except to say that if you do that, you will be contributing to what makes Jefferson County special. And if you say yes to this data center without asking questions, I'm not saying say no to the data center overall, of course I want you to. Alright, but at least have a conversation as a community, and you will keep being on this special path that drives economic security for your county in ways that my county does not. And someone made the point earlier that lots of communities around this country are calling for these moratoriums. We wouldn't be the first ones. You're smart. You can look at how others have done it, and you can do it too. I believe in Jefferson County. I moved here, but my land's in Jennings County, right? It's really special, and I want you to protect it.
Evans here. Mary Evans, if not, we'll move on to Trenton Franklin. And then after Trenton will be Rebecca Fanning.
Good evening. First of all, I'd like to thank the board for the time tonight and allowing the community to come in and voice their concerns and any discrepancies that we may have found in the documents that were available for us. And I would also like to extend my gratitude towards the Florida family. Even though they're in a hot seat right now, they have spent most of their life having spent time taking care of the property and finding ways to rescue the economy.
Sorry to interrupt, but I need your name and.
Oh, yeah, sorry. My name is Trenton Franklin. I live in Versailles, 7845 South County Road.
We're good.
Sorry
Let
about
her roll.
that. But yes, I'd like to thank the board very much for their continued support of this community and trying to find ways to bolster the economy of this community. However, through the years, different ideas have been brought up, chopped down by the community, and this idea is also one that the community does not seem to be in support of. I know that you guys with the zoning board of appeals are worried about zoning issues, so I'm going to start with that, and I'm gonna try to be quick through this. I was able to go through both the approval letter that Mr. Klein sent and the UDO paperwork regarding this, and on the I2 criteria that were listed on the approval letter were warehousing and distribution, heavy and light manufacturing, research and development, business offices, and professional services that were mentioned as being similar to this facility. However, myself, obviously, you know, I have a high school education, I work at blue collar job. I'm just a common ordinary man with the internet at my fingertips, Googling what common definition could be for these. Myself, along with others, do not see the same similarities that you guys might being the zoning board, but these similarities we're not finding them. However, with these data centers not being new, they've been around for quite some time, just with, you know, the internet, every time you upload a picture on Facebook or send text messages, obviously that data is stored somewhere and that is that data centers. With the scale of this, you know, it's something that, with it being the third largest in the world, is something we've not really seen. And it's just, with it being around for so long, we would ask that there's a possibility if we could take a step back to maybe redefine some of the terms on this UDO data center, things that they've been around for so long. I know it's hard to fit everything, a document this size, but with them being around for as long as they have,
and the scale of the project, we ask that there could be some consideration on this, just to try to ease both those opposing and those in support, because as much as I personally oppose, I however do not want to see the neighboring county lose out on a potential avenue of taxes that gets to our community. Outside of those, zoning regulations, discrepancies that we have found, someone had mentioned earlier about the possible temperature increases. I'd like to refer back to that, the two studies done by the Arizona State University. Thank you.
Next to speak will be Rebecca Kennedy, and then after Rebecca will be Lisa Hall.
Hi, my name is Rebecca Kennedy, and these are my 5 children. I'm used to just talking to kids all day, so this is a real nervous. So I want to start by saying that I don't think that this often in Indiana, but I'm originally from Cincinnati, at least the main part. But my family's always had a farm in Franklin County until we got here recently, so. That being said, I've worked in the corporate world before I had children. And once we had our first child, I used to not want any children because I was selfish and I liked the fast-paced life. And once I had one child, I said, I want to put the children, and we're moving out of the city and we need to find a better fit. One reason I brought up the corporate world is because I worked for the biggest corporation in Cincinnati, about the beginning. And I worked on the executive floors and I would hear the things that these business people would talk about and how they don't care about us at all. At all, okay, and I used to be a part of that, thinking like, oh my gosh, I work on these floors, maybe one day I'll be something. And you know what, I'm way better than I ever thought I would be, because I ran away from that life, and I have the best little friends. Off that tangent, I'm just gonna say that other data centers that have been built since 2011, they have been doing some research. And the first 30 homes that they visited to see how people were affected in the community next to these data centers, 25 residents out of the 30 homes had had miscarriages since 2011. 25 in 30 homes. This isn't one woman getting pregnant over and over. This is a bunch of different people. 6 people have lost their kidneys. One man lost his voice box, removed due to cancer, even though he had never smoked a cigarette in his life. And the only form of cancer he had was through cigarettes, apparently. They tested 70 wells, and out of the 70 wells, 68 violated federal limits on nitrates and toxins in the water. There have been rolling blackouts, electrical fires, rare cancers are soaring. They're soaring energy prices. And then also, putting a data center next to a nature preserve is an oxymoron. That is the most unbelievable thing I've ever heard in my life. And not you guys, but. Also, moving on, a closed loop system, it built once and recycled forever sounds so fantastic, but at the same time, as they heat the temperatures that it's generating, you need so much water to cool those down. There is no way to freeze that water. So they have to regularly change that, and it evaporates into our environment. My one son here has a horrible respiratory illness, and that's another reason we like living out here. Data centers will also cause human beings here at a certain hertz. We do not hear 20 hertz or below. The noise pollution that they're talking about in data centers are noises that we do not hear with our ears because the hertz are so low. These are the same hertz that are causing cancer, respiratory illnesses. Cortisol levels are soaring, which means your stress, your anxiety, your headaches. This is all fact. It's proof. You can find it anywhere. Thank you. I'm dark. If anybody wants to talk to me after, bye. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Lisa Howe. My address is 4955 Highway 150 Northeast, Palmyra, Indiana, 47164. I'm here because I am a retired nurse of 40 years.
I have cared for people from Jefferson County, from Clark County, from Floyd County. I've seen cancer go from 1 in 5 contracting cancer to 1 in 3 or 1 in 2. These data centers have not been tested enough. We had the COVID vaccine pushed on us without proper testing, and we all probably lost somebody to that. Why? Now can be put on the brakes and really research this and call a moratorium, ask our council members, call a moratorium and allow your citizens to find out if these things that are stated are fact or fiction. We all owe it to future generations. We owe it to our children. We owe it to our grandchildren. I'm here because I have an 8-month-old grandchild. And I looked at him and I thought, what in the world is he going to grow up in? Is he not going to have a job? Because AI has taken his job. It's kind of horrible. You're accountable to God. Where is this world? When he kills creation or when he kills humans, people that he loved. Please allow your citizens to call a moratorium on this and research this. It's for your children, my children, my grandchildren. Please. And with that, that's all I have to say. I'm a nurse. I love people. And I think you love people too. So please, consider this.
Well, we waited. So. We're gonna allow, Ms. White to do her, to give her 10 minutes, and then back to, Ms. Bedsall, sorry.
Hey folks, so I gave you a paper from the American Planning Association, before we started this evening. I just wanted to point out on that paper. It talks about conditional uses. And it says the local government wants to allow uses that are not typical for a zoning district and believes that conditional uses can fit the zoning district if additional standards are imposed. This is an expectation that the conditional use will have impacts beyond those anticipated for the zoning district. It's often impossible to anticipate the type and intensity of impacts from a conditional use. A reviewing body can investigate to define the activity, identify the nature of impacts, and assign conditions to ensure the compatibility of use with the neighborhood. The issue before you is not whether the data center is industrial in some broad general sense. The issue is whether the zoning administrator lawfully classified this unlisted use as a permitted I2 use without requiring the additional review and safeguards that the ordinance in Indiana law reserved for the Board of Zoning Appeals. The answer is no. The administrator's decision should be reversed because the proposed data center campus is not simply a warehouse, not simply a research facility, not simply an office, and not simply manufacturing. It is a massive, unlisted, high-impact infrastructure that combines features of several different categories, and that is precisely why it requires a special exception review. Earlier tonight, JPT's own counsel stated, it is not 1-for-1. It is not like anything else. The county's own staff report confirms the data center is not defined in the Jefferson County UDO. That matters, because once the administrator acknowledged that the use is not listed, he is required to apply the UDO's unlisted use criteria in a meaningful way. He could not simply pick pieces from several permitted categories and declare the entire project permitted by right. And that is what happened. The staff report says the administrators classified this data center as similar to warehousing, distribution, heavy and light manufacturing, research and development, business and offices, and professional. And that determination that a data center is similar to multiple permitted I2 uses. Respectfully, that is not a similar determination for the reasons that I've listed on the briefing I provided you in my initial argument. Additionally, when a new use carries substantial public health, safety, welfare, property value, compatibility concerns, it should not be approved administratively as permitted by right. It should come before this board to obtain a special exception. This is not a small server room. It's not a regular warehouse. The scale matters under the UDO's unlisted use criteria. The ordinance requires consideration of intensity, character, accessory use of structures, and intent. A 7.1 million square foot data center campus is not comparable to an ordinary warehouse merely because the buildings may be larger box-like. The administrator's interpretation is unsupported given the scale, intensity, and infrastructure demands of the proposed data center campus. The appeal record describes a 549 acre data center campus consisting of 7.1 million square feet of development across 9 buildings on a larger 1,880 acre or 2,880 acre site, depending on which document you're looking at. The true question is operational. What does this use do? What does it require? What impacts does it generate? And on those questions, the county's own staff report proves the need for a special exception. The UDO's intensity factor requires consideration of use, noxious exhaust, public safety, vehicle use, storage, and hours of operation. The staff report acknowledges the data center may generate mid to high frequency noises over 90 decibels, as well as low frequency hums for extended periods. It acknowledges noxious exhaust from on-site fossil fuel power generation, including nitrogen oxide and particulate matter. It acknowledges public safety concerns, including fire risks from batteries, equipment, and fuel, coolant disposal, and water waste requiring additional treatment. And it acknowledges that the data center will operate 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. These are not minor details. These are core characteristics of the use, and those characteristics are the exact kind of impacts that require a special exception. The administrator looked at the data center's noise, exhaust, safety risk, power infrastructure, water and sewer infrastructure, private utilities, and 24/7 operations, and concluded because some heavy industrial uses have serious impacts, the data center must be similar. The reasoning is backwards. The purpose of a special exception review is to allow the board to examine uses that may be allowed in a district only if their specific impacts can be evaluated in conditions. If a use presents substantial questions about noise, exhaust, fuel, batteries, wastewater, fire risk, private utilities, and effects on neighboring properties, then those questions should not be resolved by an administrative analogy. They should be resolved by this board after a public hearing and evidence. The staff report lists the accessory use and structures associated with the data center: storage facilities, water and sewer facilities, broadband, fiber optic infrastructure, private utilities, power substation facilities, security buildings, gates, assets and controls, offices, parking lots, and equipment yards. Data centers can use accessory uses or structures that include these. Those are not ordinary warehouse accessories. They are major infrastructure components. A use that requires private utilities, substations, water, sewer facilities, extensive security infrastructure, backup power, cooling systems, regulated materials, and possible wastewater treatment is materially different from warehousing and distribution. That is why the appellants have argued that the data centers are more closely related to utility facilities or battery energy storage type infrastructure uses, and why this project requires additional scrutiny. Based on the information above, data centers are more closely related to these facilities. Indiana Code 3679-918-1 gives this board the authority to hear and determine appeals from an administrative zoning decision. Indiana case law recognizes that where land use approvals turn on public health, safety, welfare, property values, and compatibility, the board has a discretionary role. That is exactly what should happen here. This board should not be deprived of its role by an administrative classification that treats a massive, unlisted data center campus as a permit by right. A special exception does not mean this project will be denied. It means the project must be reviewed under the correct process. That process allows the board to consider evidence and, if appropriate, impose safeguards on issues such as noise limits and monitoring, backup generator and turbine operation, fuel storage and spill prevention, battery fire and emergency response planning, wastewater and chemical handling, setbacks and buffering, lighting and security, protection of private wells, traffic and construction impacts, and other conditions necessary to protect the public health, safety, welfare, and neighboring property values. As you heard me state earlier, the unique characteristics of a data center require additional scrutiny and would be more appropriate in a heavy industrial zone with a special exception permit, because that will allow the county to impose conditions to protect the health, safety, and general welfare of adjacent citizens. And that is the reasonable, lawful, and protective approach. Here, the question is not whether this project has some industrial characteristics. It does. The question is whether an unlisted 549 acre, 7.1 million square foot data center with 24/7 operations, power generation impacts, noise impacts, battery and fire risks, wastewater concerns, private utility infrastructure, and potential impacts on neighboring property can be approved administratively as a permitted use without special exception review. Respectfully, it cannot. The administrator's decision should be reversed because it fails to apply the UDO's unlisted use criteria in a meaningful way. It bypasses the board's statutory review function and deprives the public and adjacent property owners of the special exception process designed for precisely these types of impacts. For those reasons, we ask the board to overturn the administrator's classification, uphold my appeal, and determine that the proposed data center campus required at a minimum a special exception removed before it can proceed.
So I feel like, everybody's ready to probably start the deliberation process, but I definitely want to clarify some things for the record, which is pretty critical. I've heard a lot of, discussion tonight trying to correlate the findings, the administrative findings associating this use and comparing it only with warehouse. If you look to the staff report that was prepared, the very first page clearly states that the comparison, and we're talking about whether things are similar, it doesn't have to be one. There is not a single word in your ordinance that requires a same type. If one use is exactly the same as the other, then it's permitted. It is similar, that is the standard, and it allows you to look at all four characteristics, not one of them. And it allows you to look at all of the permitted uses. We haven't even talked tonight about many of the other permitted uses that are in the ordinance that are commercially related, like shooting ranges for that fact. That's something that could go in right now at I-2 property. There would be zero public discourse, there would be zero public discussion, zero transparency. And that's just part of the ordinance. That's not atypical. It's not denying people the opportunity to provide comment. It's the way the ordinance operates. So I want to chat about that finding on page 1. And then I want to say about the combination of uses. Several references have been made to definitions in the dictionary, things that people pull up on AI. Your UDO has an entire definition section specifically stated within the back of it. And that definition provides clarity to people like Mr. Klein, to all of you, to the entire public, about what is expected from particular kinds of uses. When I look at the UDO, it's, I'll look at the staff report, how's that? That's probably the easiest point of reference. Because Mr. Klein actually included those definitions in his staff report. And it's not insignificant that he did, because every single one of the items here is a permitted use right now zero public discourse, zero transparency, zero meetings, zero moratoriums. Permitted as a matter of use. I'm looking at chemical processing, junkyard and salvage, landfills, public or private, light manufacturing, manufacturing heavy. It specifically states within the definition. These are uses that have metal, concrete, plastic, petrochemicals, heavy machinery, highly flammable, toxic, explosive materials, processes that ordinarily have greater than average impacts on the environment. They have significant impacts on the use and health and adjacent property in terms of noise, in terms of smoke, in terms of fumes, in terms of odors, in terms of glare, health, and safety. These are permitted uses. So we need to compare, and I know we've heard lots of concerns, and I don't discount any concern that's been stated here tonight, but that's not the purpose of this hearing. I think we've all heard it. Mr. Ford has been taking notes all night. He has hundreds of questions. He's willing to talk to anyone who speaks with him about this. We are willing to have public meetings to talk about this, but this meeting is about the process that the ordinance actually provides for. It's the pathway for the determination. And there was absolutely nothing wrong about it. Because there is no need, if you look at the ordinance, which is, I think, the long name, tab 9. You could absolutely have a chemical processing plant at this I-2 property and not tell a soul about it. Build it. You could absolutely have heavy manufacturing of explosives and not have a public meeting for public discourse. And that's not unusual in the course of ordinances because you can't possibly have a public meeting about every single thing, every single use, which is why you include broad categories like this. But the data center is comparable, it is similar, which is the standard you have to apply. I respectfully also want to draw your attention to the comprehensive plan, which is at 10 in your materials. Specifically there on page 24, when it calls for guidance in all land use processes in this county, and the discussion is about industrial uses, the comprehensive plan provides the purpose of the industrial land use is to provide suitable areas for manufacturing, warehousing, production, and technology-based development. It doesn't say that it was looking to provide for white collar jobs. It says it was looking for technology-based development in the industrial zone. And that's your own comprehensive plan in this county. I also want to draw your attention to a couple of other issues just with regard to the application of the UDO. There has been a ton of discussion tonight about you making this a special exception use. I respect the desire for people to want that to be the case. That is not the way your ordinance is drafted. That is a trap for you to fall in, because if you do that, you have effectively rewritten your ordinance and you have passed a new regulation for this county. That is not legal. And unfortunately, it's not within your purview to do that. There may be a desire on the part of the county to take another look at this ordinance at some point, but that is not your task tonight. Your task is confined to that tab 7, that page with regard to the Unified Development Ordinance that I pointed out earlier in the meeting, and I said it's at your green tab. That's the most important thing you look at. Your ordinance provides a pathway for this kind of review. Mr. Klein followed that. If there are lots of feelings about how it should be different, I understand that. But he followed the rule as it's drafted today. The other temptation that people have repeatedly made reference to is a moratorium. We want you to do a moratorium tonight, moratorium. I will let you know that a moratorium is an ordinance. It has to be passed in the same way that you would pass any other ordinance. It requires public hearings, a public process. A moratorium does not happen with the stroke of a pen. Otherwise, unfairly, any one of us could do it. So I don't want your desire to try to fulfill the wishes of the public, or should, what the ordinance should do and what the ordinance should say to get overtaken by something that's actually not legal. Okay? This property has been zoned I-2 since 1998. Folks who spoke here tonight talked about preserving the land and not building things on it and maintaining wildlife. And some of those folks purchased property across the street from I-2 heavy industrial property, expecting that it would never be developed, I guess. But it could have been developed in many, many ways with zero public notice, zero public discourse. I don't think there's a deliberate effort to try and keep information from the public. I think they want to share this information, but we're having to get through these processes first. If Mr. Ford didn't care about use determination, he never would have asked. But he did. And he went through the processes and he followed your ordinance as it's drafted in order to get an answer. I'm asking that you uphold the decision of your administrator because it follows your ordinance as it's drafted today. We respect your time, for sure. The fact that you've taken the time to listen to everyone here tonight means a lot. Mr. Ford's been taking notes. It means a lot that I've heard it as well. And there's a lot of guidance that can be taken from that. It hasn't been for no purpose. But we respect for you to abide by the ordinance and do the limited task that this hearing is really all about. The appeal from Ms. Jones, a resident. Thank you so much.
Okay, I need a motion from the board. We received a lot of papers that needs to go into public record. We've received over 50 emails that's been distributed to us that we need to be in that motion. So all that is on public record. So if I could get a motion to do that. Make a motion. Everything public record. Any discussion? All in favor? All opposed? Thank you. So now we'll move on to the board discussion. And is there any questions for anyone of the two parties?
I would first like to say that this is my first meeting on the BZA. And I thought everybody was here to welcome me, okay, so it didn't work out that way, but, I've done, when I found out about, we were gonna have this meeting right off the bat. I, like a lot of you, have tried to do as much research as possible on everything that's going on. And I can understand some of your concerns as we move forward with this. I do believe that depending on how this vote goes, that a lot of questions will be answered in the permitting process as things move forward. But I, for one, appreciate everybody having a say. When I ran for office a long time ago, that was one of the frustrating things I had when I was in office, that I didn't feel like that people had a right to say anything, they cut them off. And I think it's great that everybody has an opportunity to say something and speak their mind. We live in a world where you can't make everybody happy all the time. But I think it's very, very important that everybody has a right to say something.
Any questions?
Can you guys speak your name when you're talking.
Sure, I'm Larry Wynn.
Address.
Absolutely.
So if the board doesn't have any questions for the two parties, we'll close the, I need a motion to close the public hearing portion of this meeting.
Like most of the, both the public comments that you'll.
Got a second? All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed? So now. There we go. We're gonna have the. Doesn't want to hear what I have to say, I guess. We're gonna have discussion amongst the board members, and then, we'll move on to the next phase after that, which would be the findings of facts. One question I would have is to our attorney, as you represent the BZA, the planning commission, your point of view on, Josh's, evaluation of, what he did.
Sure. Okay, so, as we talked about at the very beginning, again, this consideration is with regards to the zoning administrator's decision that fell under chapter 2 of the Unified Development Ordinance. And I'm just gonna read a little bit of it to you guys, and you guys have had it for you, but I mean, just so we're all on the same page. So this section says that the respective section for each zoning district and overlay district identifies the common land uses that are permitted or allowed by special exception. Any land use not listed for a particular zoning district or not deemed sufficiently similar to a listed use by the administrator as described in the process below shall be prohibited unless the use variance is approved by the BZA. And then after that, it indicates that for land uses not listed, the administrator shall determine if the desired land use is similar to a listed land use based on the following. And the very first of those is unlisted use is similar to listed use. If the desired land use is determined to be similar to a land use listed in the UDO, the respective process and development standards for similar use shall be followed. And then the next section is the criteria for classifying unlisted uses of land. To determine whether an unlisted use of land is similar to a listed use, the administrator or the BZA shall examine the desired use by the following four criteria, and that is intensity, character, accessory use, and intent, which is what we heard some of tonight. So the first thing I want to say is that the Unified Development Ordinance that we're working off of now was passed in 2023. So it's just over 3 years old. The county went through a pretty substantial period of time through both their technical review committee as well as having multiple public hearings before this UDO was passed. And it included an overhaul of the county's zoning ordinance. And this is the process that's been in place since 2023. This process specifically calls for if you have these permitted land uses that are listed under the particular district. If the land use that is being requested is not specifically listed, it is the administrator's job. I mean, the zoning administrator is required to then compare that use to other uses that are permitted in that district using those four criteria and make a determination as to whether or not it is sufficiently similar such that it should be considered a permitted use in that district. That's the issue, right? So the first thing is that the zoning administrator doesn't even have a choice. The zoning administrator has to do that when someone comes in and makes that request. The discussion that's been had earlier and what's helpfully in tab 9 of the proponent's paperwork, which is a copy of page 37 of the UDO. And that is the page that lists all of the permitted uses and all of the special exceptions in the I2 district. There's been no conflict, right? That the area that is being talked about tonight is I2, heavy industrial. And the list that was read out earlier were industrial uses that are permitted uses in the I2, including chemical processing, junkyard salvage, landfill public or private, manufacturing heavy, manufacturing lights, recycling private, Recycling, research and development, storage, storage hazardous, storage non-hazardous, trucking terminal, vehicle impound, warehousing, and waste transfer facility. And as was mentioned earlier, those are all permitted uses in I2. So this land that we're talking about, it is correct to say that if somebody came in and was planning to do any of those things in this district, in that particular piece of land, they would not need any permission at all. It would be a permitted use. Now, there are some other things they would have to jump through. I mean, obviously, there's other licensing and there's PPA, but that's not the issue tonight. The issue is the use. Those are all permitted uses. So the question is did the zoning administrator compare the use that was being presented to those types of uses? And there's others that are included in permitted uses. Using intensity, character, accessory, intent. That's the first question. Did he actually do that? Did he do that process? And the second is, did he make the correct decision that in fact it is a substantially similar? So throughout that, then the board has been provided with the staff report that was issued by the zoning administrator. That staff report goes into detail the steps that the zoning administrator took in analyzing all the information. And by all the information, what I mean is that from the start of this project, there's been not only the information that's been provided tonight, but in the public file at the county planning and zoning, there is a publicly available file that contains all of the information that was filed as the project was being applied for a use determination and development plan. That is all information that the zoning administrator had available and reviewed, which is outlined in the staff report. And the staff report then goes into, which again, the board is often provided the staff report, it goes into each of those 4 factors as far as the analysis that he went through in making the determination that it is in fact a substantially similar property. In addition to that, we'll say the zoning administrator throughout the process was in contact with me as counsel for the planning and zoning. And we worked together on looking through the ordinance, making sure that he was following the ordinance the way that it was supposed to be. I didn't make any of the determinations, but I did verify that he was going through the process the way the ordinance is required. So it would be my position that in fact the zoning administrator did follow the ordinance and did work through that process. The zoning administrator's staff report outlines in detail why he found that under those 4 factors, it is a substantially similar permitted use to the industrial in particular permitted uses. Again, there's been a lot of discussion about warehousing, but as has been pointed out, that's not the only permitted use in an I2. In fact, there's a lot of these permitted uses. I will also say that with regards to these questions about, as far as the questions about moratorium, this board does not have the authority to issue a moratorium. Board of Zoning Appeals acts as what's called quasi judicial method. What that means is that generally speaking, you review applications and you review hearings. But as far as legislation or rulemaking, that starts with the planning commission and ends with the commissioners. So the moratorium is not something the Board of Zoning Appeals would even have the authority or power to do. That would apply equally to an amendment of the ordinance. The Board of Zoning Appeals is not permitted to amend the ordinance or change the ordinance. The Board of Zoning Appeals is required to follow the ordinance, just like the zoning administrator. There has been some discussion about special exceptions, and for those who don't know or are not familiar with special exception, it used to be called a conditional use. It's a similar thing. In both of those situations, those are specific types of use where the county has determined through rulemaking that in addition to it being generally permitted, that there is some additional criteria sometimes that the use would have to go through, typically a public hearing, and that certain conditions can be listed on in addition to that. So the same page 37 of the UDO, not only outlines the permitted uses in the I2 industrial sector, but it also outlines what these special exception uses are there. And those include, for example, adult businesses or barrel well warehousing VOCs for solar energy systems, wind energy systems. So none of those have been discussed by anybody as far as being comparators of the use that's being applied for tonight. I think that if in a situation where that was the comparison, or you were comparing use to a special exception use, maybe there would be a discussion about special exception. But the way that our ordinance is outlined as far as the process that the zoning administrator is required to go through, when making comparators, when the comparators are to permitted uses, a special exception is not available. That is not a direction that the ordinance allows for as far as the consideration goes. So Again, at the end of the day, the decision today, the Board of Zoning Appeals is, did your zoning administrator in fact follow the ordinance? Did the zoning administrator work through the 4 factors that are required to determine whether or not it is sufficiently similar? And then, is it a proper use of the ordinance? And the findings of facts will outline that is, kind of the process that you have to go through. And in the end, the only vote the board takes tonight would either be to affirm or reverse the decision of the zoning administrator. While technically, under the appeals process, Board of Zoning Appeals has the authority to modify decisions. The dilemma is that in this instance, there is not conditions or modifications that are available under the ordinance. And the determination here is purely, is it permitted use or not? So that's the main thing. And if you have other questions about the legality of it, I mean, the word zoning is always a difficult issue, and it always is a complicated issue. The Indiana statutes with regard to zoning are probably the longest set of statutes that are in the Indiana code, because it's a complicated issue when you're talking about what one person's rights are to do on their property and how that impacts the areas around them. But as far as this particular issue for this, this specific issue tonight is reviewing zoning administrators, process and decision.
Thank you, Pat. So since the applicant applied under this UDO, no matter anything that, the audience is brought up, the moratorium, revisit our UDO and all that. None of that would affect them because the way the law reads, when you apply or submit an application, whatever's in place at that time is what you abide by. And so if for instance, once you've locked that in or apply that application and it's been approved or been submitted, that's the UDO you follow from that point on.
That's correct. The UDO is the law. I mean, this is the law. It's not a recommendation. It's not guidance. This is an ordinance passed by Jefferson County. It represents the law. It is the legal process. Even if that law were subsequently changed, the law that is in application at the time the petition or the determination is made is the law that applies.
Is there any other questions? Any discussion, other than questions?
And I just. Yeah. Give you a mic.
Pat,
Yes, sir.
I wanted to always yell at you about something. In layman's terms. If the vote is tonight, we're actually directing it at our administrator, Josh Klein, on whether he followed the rules. And I think a lot of people in here was under the assumption that it was going to be affecting the outcome of the permit. As far as we were voting yes or no on what was going to happen if the permit granted. And I just had the feeling that someone showed up for a night going, not knowing. And
Well, I mean,
so am I right?
well, to be fair, I mean, yes, the primary issue is, did the zoning administrator follow the law and appropriately apply it? So there's sort of 2 pieces there. Did he follow the law, be appropriately applied? That is what was before the board. If, to be fair, if that decision is reversed, meaning if the Board of Zoning Appeals decides he did not follow the law or he did not appropriately apply the law, that would reverse this determination, which would mean that the use determination would be reversed. And at that point, it would not be a permitted use. So it would have that impact, but again, the question is, you know, the zoning administrator has gone through the process at this point. The question is, did he do that correctly? Did he follow the law? Did he do it correctly?
Thank you.
Anyone else? I just want to thank everyone, before we get into the findings of facts and moving forward. I know this is an emotional situation. We just, the BZA just went through this, 6 or 8 months ago with solar. So we understand and we kind of, or I've been through this a little bit and I understand how hard it is. It's hard for us. Because we've got friends and family on both sides and that makes it tough. But what we have to look at is what we can't, it has to be on the administration portion of it. This is different than the solar. Because of what, like Pat said, it's not a variance or anything of that nature. This is only, our decision is only based on if Josh did what he was supposed to follow what's in the UOD. So, we're gonna move on to the findings of fact. And then after that, we'll make a vote.
The zoning administrator examine the following criteria. A, intensity. Is the unlisted use similar in the amount of activity and type of activity to a listed use? Industrial uses, intensity should compare the amount of noise, noxious exhaust, and public safety hazards generated on the site. In addition, the types of vehicles used, types of storage, indoor and outdoor, and hours of operation should be considered. Heavy industrial I2 district land uses, UDO, page 37. True or false? And I'll do a roll call vote. David Ferguson.
True.
Larry Wynn.
True.
Helen Cronin.
True.
Matt Todd.
True.
Fred Stillwell.
True.
B, character. Does the unlisted use have similar physical characteristics, structures, scale, operational hours, or other features similar to a listed use? True or false? David Ferguson.
True.
Larry Wynn.
True.
Helen Cronin.
True.
Matt Todd.
True.
Fred Stillwell.
True.
C, accessory uses and structures. Does the unlisted use have similar potential for accessory uses and or structures to a listed accessory use? Or if it is an accessory use, is it incidental to, necessary, and or compatible with the permitted use? True or false? David Ferguson.
True.
Larry Wynn.
True.
Helen Cronin.
True.
Matt Todd.
True.
Fred Stillwell.
True.
D, intent. Is the unlisted use compatible with the purpose of the subject zoning district and consistent with the comprehensive plan? I2, purpose. The heavy industrial district I2 is intended to encourage the development of all types of major manufacturing processing, warehousing, and major research and testing operations. These activities require extensive community facilities and direct access to an arterial street. It is also expected that these uses will have extensive open storage and service areas. UDO, page 36. True or false? David Ferguson.
True.
Larry Wynn.
True.
Helen Cronin.
True.
Matt Todd.
True.
Fred Stillwell.
True.
And E, the zoning administrator properly determined that the desired land use is similar to listed land uses. True or false? David Ferguson.
True.
Larry Wynn.
True.
Helen Cronin.
True.
Matt Todd.
True.
Fred Stillwell.
True. Okay, I forgot to get okay, we need to, submit it to the record. Okay. Just to clarify one thing. We've never been through this with the BZA on this procedure. This is like I said earlier, so that as far as you know, and we know, we've never had an applicant, a process ever be appealed in this county, so we're kind of working through the technical part of it, so. We need a motion, so I make sure I make this right, a motion to accept. To adopt the staff report for the finding of fact.
That's the fine.
I'll make a motion that we adopt fact finding. To the staff report. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
All right.
Okay, I need a motion for either affirm or reverse.
I'll make a motion to affirm. That's fair decision. I'll second it.
Second, any other discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carries. I need a motion to adjourn.
I'll make a motion that we adjourn tonight.
Matt, second, all in favor? Aye, thanks. I appreciate everybody's time.